There's a little bit of paradise that all the world should know. It's the shades of India, where the sweetest flowers grow and the softest breezes blow, and there's magic as the seasons come and go. There's a little bit of paradise I long again to roam. It's the shades of India. How I long to sneak down Sugar Creek, like barefoot boy with tan on cheek, and find again my Indiana home. Can't get Indiana off my mind. That's the place I long to see. Back in Indiana, I will find all the folks so dear to me. How I'd love to see that lazy river.
Gonna make my home by the river shore. Gonna settle down forevermore. Gonna make my home where the Wabash River flows.
I remember the very day when I heard that the two girls had been murdered on his property. It's like, oh my God. He finally killed somebody.
Hi, how is everybody doing this evening? I am so excited, y'all. We're going to talk about Ron Logan tonight. And I didn't even plan on doing this, but I saw something earlier today that really, I don't know if anyone in here, I think most of you in here probably follow me on Twitter. I got super jazzed earlier today because I was finally getting around to reading the transcript from the Hidden True Crime, whatchamacallit, interview with Jerome the Thumb Holman. I got to probably page 0.3 and was already screaming, but something really pissed me off that I wasn't even really anticipating, aside from like the entire thing. And I'm going to pull it up right now. Because not only is Jerome Holman an absolute liar, and we all know this, but Jerome Holman, and it would seem everybody associated with the investigation, still insists on lying about Ron Logan. If he's not the killer, that's fine. And I'm going to do a caveat here in a second, do my little intro, my little caveat. Ron Logan is dead, so I don't have to worry about defamation, and I don't have to preserve any shred of his memory. If you're in here and you loved Ron Logan and you knew him personally, this might not be the lie for you. However, maybe it is. Maybe you'll learn something. Maybe I'll learn something. So without further ado, I am going to just share this really quick, just like a teeny little part of it. Or maybe I'll just read it aloud so I don't get, I don't know how like transcripts fall into fair use. So I'm just going to not even I'm just going to read this part. I'm not even going to show it. I'm not even going to show it. I'm not even going to give him the satisfaction. So this was a part of the transcript where I really am not trying to be an asshole. Lauren, I couldn't remember her name, where Lauren, the host of Hidden True Crime, is interviewing Jerry Holman. I know I went blurry, so I'll come back, but just bear with me. So one of the questions that is asked of Jerome is, also, can y'all hear me? I haven't even looked at the chat. I need to. Hold on. Oh, Lord. Now we're blurrier. Now I'm frozen. Now I'm just stuck. Motherfucker. Maybe if I just stop the camera. Can you at least hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, you can hear me. Perfect. Then I'm not going to worry about the video right this second. So, Hidden True Crime host Lauren says, "We mentioned the property owner, Ron Logan. I'll just say his name. You know, still to this day, people say, well, I think it's him. I think it's him. Police searched his house, and you're saying that as far as probable cause goes, you could not tie him to this crime. Is that correct?" That is the question that is posed to Jerry Holman. And Mr. Lieutenant Holman's response is, oops, where did it go? That is correct. Several search warrants on him and his property, and there's no direct nexus to him being involved either. He had an alibi. It was tight, but he was, at certain places that we were able to prove during that time that would have made it very, very difficult for him to be at the crime scene during the crimes. So we looked into it again, we searched his house, and we found no evidence connecting him to the crime scene or the crimes. All right. What do we think of that? As far as probable cause goes, hey, DB, no criminal nexus. I am really happy to see that Jerry is utilizing the, quarterly vocabulary word that he learns from Judge Gull. So it looks like nexus is going to be, well, I don't know. We're into January, so maybe we won't have to hear about a nexus anymore. But nexus has been all over the place. All we hear about is the nexus. And I don't think that anybody fucking knows what a nexus is in Carroll County. Certainly Judge Gull doesn't. She thinks it's DNA. It's not. But does anyone in the chat not know who Ron Logan is? Because I know since Rick's conviction, we have had some really awesome, cool people start following the channel. So if you don't know who that is, let me know. I'm not a fan of the Ron Logan theory, but I only lately realized that be a gun from the Bridge Guy video might actually be Ron Logan, not the Logan as in Brad Holder's son. Okay, this is probably a really good time. Thank you, Sarah, for saying that. It's probably a really good time for me to do my caveat. So I'm also still really snotty, so I'm sorry if I'm snotty. Hey, who dis? So first of all, like I said, if there's people in here we have locals here who I seriously cherish and respect and love. If anyone in here did know Ron Logan, don't take it. I'm sorry. Don't take it personally. Still love you. You're probably going to be not super thrilled with some of my personal opinions on Ron Logan, and these are all just my opinions. But yeah, we're not going to pussyfoot tonight because this is my favorite topic as it relates to the Delphi Murders, because I could probably write this man's biography right now, just sitting here, no notes. So I've done a lot of research on the man. Unfortunately, he's not my favorite dude, but he's very interesting to me for a lot of reasons as it relates to the crime in particular. Ron Logan was the property owner who owned the land, the 40-ish, 50-ish, depending on who you ask, acres of land where Abby and Libby's bodies were found. So his house basically, Hudis, I'm glad you're here, Hudis. You can help maybe provide some context for us later on. Met him, chatted with him, didn't know him well enough to think one way or another. Love it. I want everyone in here to try and have an open mind. I know that I am obviously biased, so I'm going to like air that out. So I'm going to do I'm going to do my best to just like present facts, because I'm not really here to convince anyone one way or another that he killed the girls, because I don't know if he killed the girls or not. I don't know. I think we need to see some motherfucking evidence one way or another. That's how I feel. So, yeah, keep an open mind. But he was the landowner where the girls' bodies were found. Despite what Jerome says, Ron Logan did not have an alibi, because we know exactly where he went that day on the 13th of February, literally from the moment that he woke up until after the girls were already dead, like until the evening. We know that because there are probably like 3 different law enforcement reports from different agencies and different officers who all can kind of corroborate, and then we've got like receipts and blah, blah, blah. We'll get into it. So we actually do know where he was all day, and he does not have an alibi for the time of the murders. So that's the first thing. Jerome's fucking lying. What else is new? The other thing that I just want to mention is that Ron Logan's house was searched after the murders. However, so the murders occurred sometime on or during or between the 13th of February and the 14th of February, before 12 p.m. on the 14th. Ron Logan's property, house, whatever, like not a single search warrant was issued to search anything belonging to Ron Logan until March 6th. And I have the calendar we're going to look at in a minute. So weeks. Criminal Network, if you're in here, I know that you have said that there was another search of Ron's house. I don't have any evidence to refute that. Wouldn't surprise me. I've never heard it officially, but your info is always good. So that could be. But the first official like search warrant that was issued and oops, sorry, I'm trying to catch up a little. Locals told you. Okay. Hit or miss with Locals, Criminal Network, but they literally waited 3 weeks to officially search his home, and that search only was limited to firearms and weapons, I guess. I think just firearms. I think felons can have like knives, right? I don't know. But he was a felon, so he was not allowed to own firearms, and he also signed a Fourth Amendment waiver saying that they could basically do a probation search of his home at any time without necessarily needing probable cause. Despite that, despite the fact that they literally could have kicked his door in the moment the girls were found, because that would certainly be an exigent circumstance, they waited 3 weeks almost to set foot in his home to search. So I don't know. 3 weeks is a long time. That's a long time. The murders literally occur on his land, less than 1,500 feet from his front door, back door, actually. And they wait 3 weeks to even look in his house. He had over 150 guns, despite being a felon. So he was not like a law-abiding dude. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but I just want to give you like a really zoomed out, chaotic snapshot of Ron Logan and why Jerry Holman's statements about Ron Logan are just utter nonsense beans. Just fucking, this guy just does nothing but spew his beans all the time. Nothing he says is substantive, linear, logical. He just fucking opens his mouth and sounds come out. So do not, he doesn't have an alibi. So I just wanted to clear that up. I'll bet my life on it. So if anyone has like different facts or different rumors or different details or different info that they've heard or that they know about Ron, I'm not gonna be like, I would love for whoever wants to like contribute to the conversation to do that. I'm not gonna like spike down info that just like, if I haven't heard it before, if I don't agree with it. Again, I don't believe that we've actually really seen any meaningful evidence in this case, in Abby and Libby's case. So I'm open to pretty much anything. I could pretty much be convinced of anything if it's based on evidence. So having said that, as I sit here right now, I believe that Ron Logan killed Abby and Libby, which sucks because he died in 2022, January 2022. I will be very, very patient and gracious and nice to anyone who disagrees with me as long as you're not a dickhead. I will try to harness my Melinda. But Ron Logan did die of COVID complications in January 2022. So he's dead. So if he was not involved in the murders, okay, well, that's no skin off his back. He's dead. If he was, he's dead. So I'm not really one to buy into the belief that just because a suspect is dead that like you can't get justice. I do think it sucks because I feel like if I lost a family member, I would have a lot of questions. Yeah, he died of COVID. I know. It's kind of like a full circle moment right here as I sit here just sweating and barely able to breathe. So anyway, all of that to say, hi Mar. What's 2 mean? 2022. Zero alibi makes sense if it does not cover the 22 unaccounted hours that the girls were missing. That's also a great, yeah. So do I think he did it alone? Thank you for asking me that question, Marianne, because I would not have remembered to hit on that, and I want to. So when I first heard of the case, I'm going to do a really quick kind of like whatever it's called. I still have fucking mashed potato brain, by the way, so my word find is really bad. It's going to be even worse than normal. So y'all are just bear with me. But who's Sarah Evans? The police did ask Rick if he knew Ron Logan. That is true. They also asked Kagan Klein that question. Low light. For the sake of argument, let's assume he's guilty. Why wouldn't the cops pin it on him posthumously? That's a really good question. I actually wrote it down because somebody tweeted at me earlier. And if you're in here, I'm glad you're here and you're awesome. They were like, genuinely just like, why would they cover for him or protect him? And I think it's a little more nuanced than that and a little bit more complicated than that, but it is a good question and it is an important question. And I have a screenshot that I think answers it, at least satisfies my, like it's a satisfying answer for now for me. So I'll share that too, low light. But thank you for being here and for your generosity. That's very, very kind and not necessary, but appreciated. Hi, Steve. Who here got to see Steve? What's it called? Steve and Angel and Devil last night. If you did, drop them on the chat. Jen, thank you, Jen. I'm so glad you're here, Jen. Happy New Year. Oh shit, what was I gonna say? I got really excited and then I forgot what I was gonna say. It'll come back to me. Yeah, you guys are really, really too good to me. Buddy Rich says Ron was on the honor system. Yeah, he sure was. He was the prom king. Yes, he was. I do want to play a video that I did. I don't know if he did it alone. I could be convinced either way. I think if anybody could have committed these murders alone, it would be him, for the sole reason that he literally, it happened right there. He could have literally not been seen by anybody and he had all night to do whatever he needed to do. I mean, he was literally at his home. And there's a couple interviews where he even kind of like, I don't know if it's like a slip up, because if he's innocent, it's not a slip up. It's just, him not making whatever. He was probably trying. Well, I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's not innocent. But he said something like, yeah, to have something like this happen in your home, in your sanctuary, just like weird stuff with Ron. And thank you, Criminal Network, gifted 10 R&M Productions memberships. That is really kind of you, Criminal Network. OG, if you're not subscribed to Criminal Network's channel, you should go subscribe. I actually was watching it earlier today. And I was watching one of your newer videos, Criminal Network. And oh my God, I recorded a clip of it. It was I'm sorry, y'all. I know the ADD is really bad right now. It was Rick's first hearing. And I think it was either a Hoosier Press Association representative or an attorney. I think like an attorney, maybe. I don't think it was a journalist. I think it was an attorney for Hoosier Press. And she was basically like talking about how you can't make exceptions for like you can't redact and hide probable cause documents and case documents from the public just because like witness names are in there and blah, 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 because then like literally every single document and filing and information related to every single criminal case in the United States would be sealed and we'd have no transparency. And she's like, so what, are they going to have this entire trial held in the dark? That would be unprecedented. That would never happen in the state of Indiana. And I was sitting there and I was like, girl, you are in for a really interesting 2 years, because God, like, they literally did that and got away with it. Anyway, tangent. I'm going to play a video. It's a video I made, so I don't have to worry about copyright strike. But yeah, sometimes like just go pull up Criminal Network's channel, and he always credits, I don't know if he always credits people, he always credits me, so you know, we're homies. But he also just finds like news clips that you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, you can't believe the shit that these men have said over the past 8 years. But sometimes I just put his video on. I just like kind of have it playing in the background if I want to like really upset myself. So anyway, do it. It's good. It's worth it. Having said all of that nonsense, I am gonna play a video. It's like 7 minutes long, but when I made this video, I was kind of a little bit of like a noob. Hey, true crime fangirl, but Barry Gaudet has Ron Logan in a truck throwing trash away that day at that time. He does have a video of Ron at the transfer station, but it was not during the time of the murders. It was like between 11 and noon. And it's timestamped because I have that video too, and I had it before Barry Gaudet had it. But yeah, no, he was at the transfer station earlier that day. And it's an 8-minute drive from his house. So like, yeah, he was at the transfer station that day, but he also, why won't YouTube load? I'm trying to think of a different way I can do this. Hi, Marisa J. Welcome, new member. Really glad that you are here. I guess I could say hi to all of my friends while I'm waiting for CN has all the clips. Yeah, he does. When I first saw the Bridge Guy video, I thought the mannerisms were just like Ron Logan. It's literally Ron Logan. Like, I don't know, y'all. We'll talk about like the inception of the Ron, like when I had to come to term, like, because I actually I was one of the Ron Logan defenders when I first came. I know, Patty, I'm going to try and fix it. When I first came to the case, I was like one of the Ron Logan defenders. I was like, oh my God, Ron Logan, the third victim. Girl. So, I mean, I didn't come into it like, anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm going to play this hopefully in a second. How was everyone's New Year's while we're here? How do you know that there was no alibi? Only investigators would know. Yeah, I have all their documents, Jackie Parker. I'm glad you're here, though. Happy New Year. I have literally everything. You should stop telling what story, Curious Luke. The one about me defending Ron Logan on YouTube. Yeah, I think I scrubbed all of the comments where I was like, y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. I was one of them. For like 2 weeks. Third victim every time. Shut up. You're blurry, but still beautiful. Hey, Jerry Rocks, the good Jerry. Not the Bing Bong Jerry. The FBI sure thought it was Ron. I watched you on New Year's at midnight. Yeah, y'all, it was fun hanging out with you guys last night. Happy New Year. For baby daddy. Okay. Don't give up on me. I think that we are almost ready to go. How long was I muted for? A long time? Shit. Yeah, they did throw Ron Logan in solitary confinement. Well, he wasn't in DOC, so he wasn't technically in like solitary, but yeah, no, he was mistreated while he was held in the Carroll County Jail and wherever else. I have it somewhere. We'll go over it. But yeah, they didn't treat him well. They certainly didn't really respect his due process once he was in custody either. It's a problem there. It's a problem. Guilty or not, you can't be fucking doing that. You can't be starving old men who have dentures and only feeding them hard food. He weren't in DOC, not until after he pled, DB. So like pre. Are you convicted if you plea? Anyway, they confiscated his dentures and they fed him hard food. Torture, basically. So two things can be true at the same time. Ron Logan can be a POS. He may be involved with the murders. He's definitely a POS, whether or not he did the crime. But he also was mistreated while in custody after he was arrested for an unrelated, though kind of parallel crime. So they got a problem there. They really do. They're kind of sadistic. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this to load. It's going to make me really sad if I can't do it. Can y'all give me about 30 seconds and don't leave? And it really will just be 30 seconds. Don't go away. Okay, I think I fixed it. Oh, thank you for the memberships. Where did it go? Jen, thank you, Jen. 10 RNM memberships. Y'all are just really in for a very special treat. Mar is a member. Mar. That's very exciting. Remember when Fiend kept getting missed when the trial was happening and we were having fog reveal membership blitzes, and Fiend for like literally the entirety of the trial almost just kept getting missed? That was funny. Anyway, welcome new members. Thank you for being here. Okay, we're gonna watch a video called Monster on the Monon. Who was Ron Logan? And when I made this video, I was kind of a noob, so I didn't realize like it's not super easy or accessible for subtitles without voiceover. So I am going to read, so I am going to provide voiceover for us. So it might be a little bit quieter than it would be otherwise, but I will also link it, even though we're going to watch it right now together like a family in a second. Christina Jarvis is here. Thanks for the membership. Here's to great things in 2025. Thank you so much, Christina. I'm glad you're here. You were the final kind of push that I needed to do my Ron Logan live tonight. And by the way, this is probably going to be a multi-part. I'm not going to get through everything tonight. Obviously, I have barely even like started. Anyway, without further ado, here we go.
Can't get Indiana off my mind. That's the place I long to see. Back in Indiana, I will find all the folks so dear to me. How I'd love to see that lazy river, stop and give her my love. In my dreams I see a lady knitting for the one she's thinking of. Can't get Indiana off my mind, anywhere I chance to roam. The moonlight.
Born on Saturday to Michigan. Oh, well, never mind. You're not going to know what that said. Ron, his parents and his sister live an all-American life in Delphi.
Wish I were back again with all the
He attended Delphi Community Middle
I call my
and
kin.
High School.
In Kokomo, Indiana. Well, if it isn't poppin' high, your mom, you always had the cutest grin. In Kokomo, Indiana.
Just look at Roman wag his tail. Gosh, he remembers me.
And
He
the
was
cat
really
of
smart.
Sister Grace.
Like,
You
really
can't
smart.
see the freckles for the jam
He
on
achieved
her
honorable
face.
student
How would
council,
you like to
competed
go
in
and
math,
see that
science,
old
and theater
bicycle
clubs.
bow you
He
used
was
to
popular
know?
his senior year.
In Kokomo, Indiana.
He was very
Wouldn't
well
you
liked,
just as
very
soon go
popular.
out and swim
He
beneath
was
the
even voted junior classroom king, and that is
Oh, what a
Sandra,
mood.
who we will talk about another
For
day.
all the many reasons that I've mentioned here
He graduated from Delphi Community High School in 1957.
And of course, you know the town of Kokomo.
In high school, he joined the ROTC and was recruited into the U.S. Navy upon high school graduation. He completed Navy basic training at Great Lake, Illinois in August 1957, per the Carroll County Comet. He would leave for San Diego, California for more training. He completed ROTC basic training in Maryland, received a full naval scholarship from Marquette University. Full scholarship from college in Wisconsin. Paid for by the U.S. Navy.
Today, the United States Peacetime Navy recognizes electronics as a vital part in the nation's first line of defense. This is the emblem of a chief electronics
There he
technician.
is.
Today, this insignia represents the goal of thousands of young men alert to grasp the opportunities offered by the Navy's expanding
Not
field
him.
of electronics.
Someone.
Blue, navy blue, I'm as blue as I can be. 'Cause my steady voice
Completed Class A electronic technician school at Pleasant Island Naval Station in San Francisco, California. He was an electronics technician for the Navy, which at the time was pretty novel. In 1958, it was a relatively new program. He attended college in Wisconsin, traveled with the Navy throughout the United States and the Mediterranean from 1958 to 1960, per the Carroll County Comet. He was on the Monrovia cruise through the Mediterranean in 1959, per the Comet. He had aspirations of becoming a Navy pilot. The Aviation Selection Test Battery, the primary test used by U.S. military in selecting aviation program applicants. TV, I hear you, but I can't see the chat. It evaluates the cognitive abilities and aptitude in areas of math, reading,
And
mechanical aviation. Yeah.
the music's too loud.
Oh, sorry.
I was just using my I was in the audience, and I was using my special connections to, be taken care of individually for my wants and needs.
No, thank you, because I literally had no idea. So do I need to like lower it and go back or anything, or just like lower it and just keep
Yeah,
it moving?
I say lower it probably 50%.
Okay.
And
yeah,
then
that's a lot.
it's a lot. Yeah, it was very loud.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Was I screaming?
No, that would have been great, because then we could have heard you.
Oh, the
was
music
like
was
a
really
rumble.
loud. Got it.
Right. So
Okay.
let's get the volume down on the video a little bit, 50% probably.
Okay.
And then read it in your regular tone.
Okay.
Did you get your nails fixed? I know you had a chip in your nail yesterday.
I did.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we'll talk to the people backstage, but
Okay.
they didn't fix it.
Okay.
And
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm setting the soy latte right down here for you. Do you need anything else?
I can't do soy almond milk. Also, do you want me to rewind it all?
Damn it! I fucking knew it, dude.
You can drink the soy one. Do you want me to rewind?
I don't do soy. Yeah, I would say rewind.
Rewind it. Rewind.
Probably. What do you think, Judge Jessica? 43 seconds.
Should I just start it? No, I'm not going to start it all over. We couldn't hear you.
Whatever the fuck you want. You know what I mean?
I'll just start it over, right?
Yeah.
Does anyone object to me starting it over? That was just a practice run. That sounds fair. Okay, I'm going to start it over, y'all. I lowered the
if you do
volume.
anything disastrous, I'll be back.
Okay, thank you. I could pull up the chat on the iPad. I could have it, in front of me and not be totally oblivious to what's happening. So thank you, DB. Everyone drop a 1 in the chat for baby girl. That is our just life-saving BFF baby girl. 2024 was the worst year of my life, but it was good to us because it brought us DB. So at least there's that. Okay, we're going to start it over, y'all. I know I'm blurry again, but we're going to at least have the video ready to go again. Y'all are so patient. Okay, from the top.
Can't get Indiana off my mind. That's the place I long to see. Back in Indiana, I will find all the folks so dear to me. How I'd love to see that lazy river, stop and give her my love. In my dreams I see a lady knitting for the one she's thinking of. Can't get Indiana off my mind, anywhere I can.
Is that better? Okay. Take 2. 1939, this motherfucker's born. Ron and his sister lived an all-American life in Delphi. One sister. He attended Delphi Community Middle and High School.
Well, if it isn't poppin' high, your mom, you always had the cutest grin. In Kokomo, Indiana.
Just look at Roman wag his tail. Gosh, he remembers me.
And to get a load of Sister Grace, you can't see the freckles for the jello.
He achieved honor roll, served on student council, participated in the math, science, and theater club. He was very smart. He was very intelligent. He was even voted senior class prom king. Wow, Ron, you go, Ron. He graduated from Delphi Community High School in 1957. In high school, he joined the ROTC and was recruited into the U.S. Navy upon high school graduation. He was very popular. You're right, Mar. So he completed his Navy basic training at Great Lakes, Illinois in August 1957, right after graduation. And that is per the Carroll County Comet, 1957. He headed off to San Diego to complete ROTC basic training and then went to Bainbridge, Maryland. He received a full naval scholarship to Marquette University for 4 years of college in Wisconsin. Again, that is a full ride to Marquette University, paid for by the U.S. Navy.
Today, the United States Peacetime Navy recognizes electronics as a vital part in the nation's first line of defense. This is the emblem of a chief electronics technician. Today, this
There's
insignia
Ronnie.
represents the goal of thousands of young men alert to grasp the opportunities offered by the Navy expanding field of electronics.
He completed Class A Electronics Technician School at the Treasure Island Naval Station in San Francisco, California in winter 1958. Graduates of that school are highly technical electronic... I can't read that. Anyway, highly technical equipment. 1958 to 1960, he attended college in Wisconsin and traveled with the Navy throughout the U.S. and the Mediterranean. He was on the attack transport USS Monrovia, operating with the U.S. 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean in 1959 per the Carroll County Comet. There's a reason I keep saying per the Carroll County Comet. That is the best record of that time. Ron had aspirations of becoming a Navy pilot. The Aviation Selection Test Battery is the primary test used by the U.S. military in selecting aviation program applicants. Someone just made me laugh in the chat. Can't believe there's a Ron Logan movie. It evaluates cognitive abilities, aptitude in the areas of math, reading, mechanical, aviation, and nautical knowledge. It also assesses for personality traits relevant to success in aviation. Whatever that means. Don't read too much into that, which is just what it does. Ron could not pass the pilot exam, and he did drop out of Marquette University. He left the Navy after 3 years. More on that. Woman. Despite what started as a promising military career, little is known about Ron's time in the Navy or his reasons for leaving and for not completing his college years. There are no records of his military service or university attendance in yearbooks or public databases. There is one little update to that, but for the most part, there is zero record of Ron Logan attending Marquette University. And that is per the registrar at Marquette University. And there are clues to suggest Ron may have run into some trouble during his time overseas. DB says the military sucks. That's probably why. It's fair enough. Okay. Okay. Thank y'all for hanging in there with me. Trouble, says Judge Jessica. So I made that video, and I plan to continue it. And then I interviewed. Is there anyone in here who hasn't seen? I'm not going to play it. Don't worry. So you can be honest. Is there anyone in here who hasn't seen or is not at least somewhat aware of the interview I did with Ron Logan's former girlfriend, Connie, who he dated in the 80s? I did a video on the channel where I interview her. It's kind of spooky. Does anyone like have no idea what I'm talking about? If so, it doesn't matter really, I guess. Neither here nor there. But play it. I only saw a clip. I might in a little bit. But the Italy squirrel tooth Mary came up missing. Ron was suspected NIS. Buddy Rich, I don't know if you're joking or not, because I actually do have I don't know if you're joking or not. Because there are stories. I remember watching it, or we talked about it. I'll link it. The interview is good. You interviewed Connie? Criminal Network, are you joking? Hi, True Grit. Good to see you. Someone else had some of this information. As I recall, he couldn't become a pilot due to eyesight issues. Hey, Anna, so that probably came from Barbara. So he's joking. Okay. A lot of Barbara McDonald's info on Ron. Maybe it'll never see the light of day. I don't know. I certainly hope that she does end up sharing what she learned from her interviews with him. But Belle says, my now past grandfather-in-law was in the military and a 33-degree mace, and I swear he may have been in the CIA. I found documents that are seriously suspicious. Are we treating Ron Logan as a suspect? Hi, Brianna. So this live is all about Ron Logan. If you do believe he should be a suspect, excellent. You're welcome. If you don't, you're also welcome. My personal opinion, I do believe that Ron Logan killed Abby and Libby. I'm also open to evidence that he didn't, but I need to see some evidence. I've never seen a shred of evidence to exculpate Ron Logan. So I would like to. I'd love to exclude the man so I can move on and stop fucking worrying about his ass. But I don't know what it, yeah, the investigation was so god-awful. How could anyone be ruled out? That's a great point, Keith. She said a lot of the reunion epi on the good Bob. He's absolutely suspect number one. So there was a period of time. I obviously am not from Indiana nor Delphi. And so I learned everything I know about Ron. I learned secondhand, thirdhand through archives, through newspapers, through interviews, through just any kind of research I could find, yearbooks, Facebook, literally just like I would, okay, I'm trying to figure out how I want to like frame my my timeline here. I don't think I'm gonna play that video right now. Kokomo, hi Kokomo. Have I ever said how much I love this channel? Yeah. And I love you. And I love that you love the channel, Kokomo. And I'm glad that you're here. I'm really grateful that you are here, and thank you for that. They wanted to frame him. Sure. Totally possible, Sarah. So, y'all, do you remember what I was saying? My brain is not doing as good today as it felt yesterday. Nick said nobody's cleared unless you're a third-party suspect. Oh, I remember. Somebody asked me literally an hour ago, do I think Ron acted alone? I could be convinced that he did not act alone. If he did act alone, that to me is perfectly, that's not at all like outside the realm of possibility. He's the only suspect that I feel could have reasonably committed these murders alone because he lived there. So thanks, Steve and Angel and Devil. Not alone, says Criminal Network. Yeah, I'm actually, you know, I'm way more flex on that. I also could see a situation where somebody kind of helped during or after, like an accessory after the fact, or helped him clean up, or helped him move some shit, or helped him, like, I have no idea. I mean, I have my own, like, specific, very I have hyperfixated on this a lot. I have a very specific idea of what I think occurred that I'm not going to share because it doesn't need to be shared tonight. But I just believe that he killed Abby and Libby. I don't know if he did it alone, but I do believe that he did. Yeah, that's also a good point. Yeah, I can't account for a lot of things about the crime as we've been told it happened, at least. But I can't account for a lot of things still, even if it was Ron. Like, there are things that would make a lot more sense if there was more than one person. But there are other things that would make a lot of sense of it just being him. So that's all I'm going to say about it. But hey, Scotty, I'm glad you're here. I was hoping I'd see you, Scotty. YouTube and StreamYard don't always show me your comments, by the way. So I thought maybe like I shadow banned you or something, but I can see you. So I'm glad you're here. He called up the search so he didn't miss his turn. If somebody was murdered in your basement, you probably knew them. Yeah. Why did he leave him on his own property? It's a good question. I don't think that he could get them off of his property, to be honest. I do think it was a crime of opportunity. When Courtney and I went to visit November 2023, which obviously is not February, but I would say like the foliage was kind of comparable to February. We could see pretty much, it was also snowing. So we walked the trail that goes when you approach the High Bridge from the north side. I know I keep turning blurry. When you approach the High Bridge from the north side, right before you step onto the bridge to the left, there is a trail that kind of runs through the woods alongside, kind of parallel to the High Bridge. And it does lead alongside the north side of the creek. And it goes all the way around to, it kind of like hugs the cemetery area, 300 north, it runs parallel. And then it eventually will lead you to the cemetery and to Ron Logan's like backyard. I think I got that right. So Courtney and I walked that side trail while we were there. And you can see you have a perfect full panoramic view of the High Bridge, the entirety of the High Bridge from the woods for the entirety of the High Bridge. Like you can see the entire bridge and you are completely hidden in the woods. Nobody on the bridge would know you were there in the woods lurking, but you can literally see anyone on the bridge from those woods. So whether it was Ron Logan or somebody else, I believe that if it was a crime of opportunity, they were probably like lurking. You could just literally sit there and fucking wait. It's a trap. It's literally a spider web. That's a good question, Mar. Did Ron Logan have a history of being into younger ones? So he always, I won't say always. No, yeah, he always dated, or at least his first marriage. I don't know if she was younger than him, but for the majority of his relationships, he always dated much, much younger women. There are stories of him being inappropriate with teenage-aged girls. I'm not saying inappropriate in terms of like, I'm not accusing him of ever like, there's no allegations of SA of teenage girls, but he was a little bit inappropriate. He made several women have told me they have felt uncomfortable around him, around young girls. Take that, interpret that however you will. He's dead. I'm not trying to do a smear, but that's just what I've been told. So, red flags along the trail. Many .40 caliber firearms. Hi, Kay. I'm glad you're here. They didn't test. Did they test any of them? They returned all 156 firearms, even though he was prohibited from possessing a single one. If they were so hard on Ron Logan, why? Yeah, it's like, it's a little bit confusing to me because this is going to be chaotic tonight, y'all. I'm so sorry. I have no structure to this. And I have so much that I want to tell you. So I'm trying to organize it on the fly. I think probably what I should do is just pause my ramble and I'm going to pull up a timeline. That's what I'm going to do. I'll do a smear. Fur Baby Daddy, you cracked me up. Fur Baby Daddy, as the video is playing, they said, I can't believe there's a movie about Ron Logan. I never thought Ron Logan was Bridge Guy. Honestly, I'm less convinced that he's a Bridge Guy because I'm less convinced that Bridge Guy's even fucking real. So I'm not too attached to like the similarity that I see in my own, mind's eye when I look at Bridge Guy. I see Ron Logan and I can't see anyone but Ron Logan. However, Bridge Guy might not even be fucking real. He's interpolated. So let's get into where Ron was the day of the murders. So was Brett Sandifer. So was Brett Sandifer what? Brett Sandifer is a creep. Sorry if you're in here, Brett Sandifer. I could be wrong. I've been wrong about people before. Okay. Would y'all rather have a color-coded timeline or a black and white timeline? I already know what DB is going to say. So everybody but DB, do you want color-coded or do you want black and white? Hi, Regina. I know I didn't say hi to everybody tonight, but I also knew that this is already going to take me forever. So I love everybody here. Thank you for being here. Color. I was about to say if Sleuthy's in here, I already know her answer. So Sleuthy and DB's votes are tallied already. His old girlfriend swore he was Bridge Guy. At least 15 people swear that he was Bridge Guy. We're going to do color. Ron Logan had a hitch in his walk exactly like Bridge Guy. I believe that too. I'm biased, but I do believe it. I have seen those videos, Sharon, right? Yes. Yeah, he's been on the Ron Logan train longer than I have, I think, I imagine. So Technicolor. Y'all, 2025 is going to be the year that we're going to upgrade the computer. We're going to get all of the RAM, and then I'm going to purchase more RAM. I'm going to overdo it on RAM, and you're going to be amazed. Give me 90 days and check back in, and you'll be like, oh my God, this woman is a wizard with StreamYard. But in the meantime, we're just moving really slow. $90 to $180. Yeah, probably more on like the 180 side of the spectrum. I think I'm going to share this one. So, many of you know this. Yellow Jacket and I, it doesn't matter. I'm not even going to go there. I did have a better version of this document that had clickable links, and every single source was like receipt attached. You could click the link and it would take you to I think at the time I was still on the screenshot wagon. I hadn't figured out how to link documents because DB was just he wasn't conceived yet in my imagination. So, however, our channel got hijacked, and unfortunately so did our Google Drive and all of our work inside of it. So I don't have that anymore. I have to go back and re-link all of the documents, like the sources for this info. But just know that all of the dates and times and specifics of the information on this timeline, like, I'm good for it. I got the receipts for y'all, and I'll share all of them, just not during the live because I will literally explode my computer if I try to do anything more than I'm doing. So is the text on this obscenely small? How much bigger should I make it? Did Ron Logan and Brad Holder know each other? Estrella, that question, if someone could answer that question for me, like definitively, one way or the other, I would be so happy. I have no idea. but I wouldn't be surprised if they knew each other, but I don't know. We've heard for a long time that they did know each other. Criminal Network says they did, so there you go. The police also asked that question. They did know each other, says Sarah. Interesting. I would love to hear more about that from anyone who wants to share. So, yeah, good point, Mara. So, all right, here we go. I'm just going to read through this. I'm so congested, y'all. I feel like I have cement in my brain. So, February 13th, 2017. This is an accurate timeline of Ron Logan's movements the day of the murders. If you come in here saying that he had an alibi, he was in Lafayette, he was at Pizza King, that's okay. Just for a second, just like shut the fuck up and just like listen, and then we can argue about it. But this timeline's accurate. So on February 13th, 2017, Ron Logan drives to the Carroll County transfer station to drop off trash at approximately 11:53 to 11:58 a.m. We do have a video of that. Can't play it right now. Again, don't have the RAMs to do it. Ron Logan places a phone call from his cell phone at 2:09 p.m. in the proximity of the Monon High Bridge. So that information comes from the FBI, the probable cause for the search warrant that was authored by the FBI agent Nicole Robertson to search Ron Logan's property. I think that's verbatim as to how it's said in there. We'll pull it up after, but DB, if you know for sure or have an idea, that's probably a ping, right? If it's a phone call from him and it's in the proximity, that's probably like a ping location information. I don't know, but they know that he's around the Monon High Bridge at 2. Yeah, Kat, I think we're on the same wavelength. Okay, so we know that he's at least probably home, right? Maybe on the bridge, maybe in his backyard. Who knows? But he's around the area of the Monon High Bridge at 2:09 p.m. Post-punk. Sorry, I'm just reading. Okay. So the murders per law enforcement, per the state's theory of the crime, is that the murders occurred around 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. Regardless of whether the murders themselves occurred, we do know from Libby's video that the girls had their confrontation with the bridge guy at 2:13 p.m. So an abduction would have occurred around 2:13 p.m. on the 13th of February. So if Ron Logan's in the vicinity of the Monon High Bridge at 2:09 p.m. with his cell phone and the girls are abducted off the bridge at 2:13 p.m., I don't know, whatever. I'm not going to look into it too much because a ping is not as accurate as a geofence. Although I would argue that pings, they've come a long way, so. He didn't see Bridge Guy, question mark, asked Sleuthy Goosey. Great question, Sleuthy Goosey. So another data point, and there's obviously more that happens in this on the 13th, but just real like bare bones of the day. So we also know from the affidavit the FBI authored that Ron Logan was sending and receiving text messages from his cell phone. He had a smartphone, despite his using a flip phone in media interviews on the news. He owned a smartphone. I believe it was an iPhone in February 2017. Regardless, he's sending and receiving text messages that place him at the crime scene at both 7:56 p.m. on February 13th and 10:16 p.m. on February 13th. Now, that information was a lot more damning to me, in my mind, when I was certain that the girls were killed at, I was a little bit more willing to believe the state's general timeline of the murders. However, Ron Logan being at the crime scene, which was essentially his backyard at those times, are either insanely damning and incriminating if the girls were dead and there, but also if the girls were removed and taken elsewhere, they might not have been there. I hope that I explained that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. It's definitely fucking odd. And Sleuthy, thank you for bringing that up because I'm about to share that. Yeah, I'm about to share that little like mini timeline that we made during the trial. Can you slow Ange down a little bit? Says Sarah, she's too fast. I'm so sorry. I know. If I can slow down, that would be great. My thing is like, oh, I don't want to go too slow and people are going to lose interest and I have so much to talk about. But I would love to slow down. I can slow down. I would love to do that. Woman Doing Chaos said a ping is connection to the tower geofence uses satellite positioning from the apps and such. That sounds totally true and smart. I have tried a lot of different times and this has been explained to me by several different smart people, dumbed down like you wouldn't believe, and I still don't really have a grasp on like pings versus geofence versus Google location data. Like, I don't fucking know. I think that I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say about it. Yes, Estrella messages place him at the crime scene. And those are text messages, which I believe suggests that that is more of like a geolocation data versus a ping. What was I about to show you? Oh, Sleuthy mentioned the phone being plugged in and unplugged. So that's what I'm going to show you. There were smartphones that were flip phones in 2017. I got one from my dad. Oops, I lost your comment. Oh no. Oh, it's gone. Well, okay. Here it is. Can you all read that? So at 2:09 p.m., as we said, Ron Logan is in the area of the Monon High Bridge per phone call made from his cell phone. In the area, I don't know what that means. It could mean like a couple feet. It could mean like 1,500 feet. I don't know. At 2:32 p.m., Libby German's phone last steps and last movements are recorded. At 5:21 p.m., there is a receipt that is found in Ron's house during the first search on February 13th from Aquarium World in Lafayette. So at 5:21 p.m., Ron presumably was checking out of Aquarium World in Lafayette, Indiana. At 5:44 p.m., Libby's phone last connects to a cell tower. At 5:45 p.m., not even a minute later, Libby German's phone has something plugged into the auxiliary port, right? So like an aux cable or headphones are plugged into that aux headphone jack. At 7:56 p.m., Ron Logan sent a text message from the proximity of where the bodies were located, and that is the verbatim language in the affidavit, so however you interpret that. 7:56 p.m., Ron Logan sends a text message from in the proximity of where the bodies were located. 2 and a bit hours later, Ron Logan receives a text message in the proximity of where the bodies were located. 15 minutes later, Libby's phone is unplugged from the auxiliary port. The headphones or the aux, whatever, is unplugged. And then at 4:33 in the morning, her phone reconnects to the cell phone tower. So that, I don't know what that means. Is Ron a prepper or a prepper adjacent? Yeah, I could see it. He was definitely very distrusting of law enforcement, which really fucking served him well, actually. That was probably really, really, really helpful and beneficial to him. But he was distrusting of law enforcement. He thought they were really dumb and annoying, as you would. He also was very distrusting of the government. He hated the fucking trails with like the contempt that he had for the trails and for people being on the trails and being in and around his property. Somebody in the chat earlier said that he knew when like a sparrow flew over his yard. Like he was that guy. He would walk his property every day, all day. He knew who was on his property, what they were doing. He was not the kind of person to, it's literally outside the realm of any possibility that Ron Logan would have not had an idea of that something was occurring in his backyard for at least almost an hour at any given time, especially a brutal, violent double murder. So that's just not, you don't start with the tunnels. So yeah, he knew who was. Then again, I have to ask, did he search on his property on 213? Did Ron search his property? No. And let's go back to the timeline, because maybe it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that he would, because he was pretty preoccupied. So that's the day of the murders, right? Suspicious. The next day, before the girls' bodies are found, before anybody knows that the girls have been murdered, before anybody knows that the girls have been harmed, the girls at this point are still just missing. 2/14/2017. Ron contacts his cousin, David Nolf, at 9:20 a.m., and he asks Nolf to provide him an alibi for the time of 2 to 2:30 p.m. until 5 to 5:30 p.m., the day of the murders. He says, I was picked up by David Nolf and we drove to Aquarium World together and back. So, okay. Asking someone to provide a false alibi is suspicious anyway. Asking for an alibi for the exact time that a crime occurs before the crime has been discovered, I can't explain that away. If anybody in the chat has an idea as to how Ron could have known to request somebody to help him falsify an alibi for the exact time frame where the abduction of the girls and presumably the murder or something really bad happened, please let me know. I'm just reading what y'all are saying. The cops asked him where he was at a specific time like idiots. They had not asked him anything yet at this point, DB. This was 9 a.m, the day before the girls were even found. They didn't ask him anything. So he called his cousin before anybody had any idea that a crime had occurred. I'm sure that they were quite concerned that something had happened to the girls, but they certainly did not think that they were dead. Does the person being seen on the trail cam mentioned at trial coincide with Ron sending text messages near the crime scene? Oh, that's a good question. So we know who the person was. I have a lot of questions as to why that person, who was a volunteer fireman, whatever, and I guess was searching the times that he was seen on the trail cam. It was like early in the morning, if I remember correctly, like 6 or something in the morning, I think. Yeah, I can't really account for why he'd be there alone twice on camera. I don't know. Maybe he's probably just really searching, but it is really odd that he was out there. It doesn't coincide with the text message times that we at least the ones we have, but it is definitely something that I think warrants a little bit, like, I don't know, a shred of scrutiny. It was like brought up and then never talked about again at trial, like many things at trial. So, okay. I'm gonna keep going. So he asked for an alibi before a crime had been discovered. The bodies are found on his property at 1217. He is questioned by Detective Russell. So David Nolf did end up coming to his house on the 14th. I believe he drove him to the grocery store in town around the exact time the fucking bodies were found. And on their way back to Ron's house, police had kind of at that point found the girls and were blocking off the roads around 300 North. And Detective Russell spoke to them as they were driving, you know, and asked them questions. I don't know what he asked them, but they were canvassing and asking people as they were driving what they had seen, etc. On February 14th, later in that afternoon, law enforcement does go to Ron's house and they request consent to search his property. They tell him right out, we won't search your home unless we find evidence that leads to your house. Ron says, you shouldn't find anything, but I don't know. So this is from, I believe that this detail we derive from the FBI affidavit, but it never says one way. I cannot find one way or another if they searched his property and what that would entail and what that would look like. So we know that they didn't search his home, and they promised him they wouldn't unless they found evidence. And he said, you shouldn't find anything, but I don't know, you know, whatever. I'm not really too worried about that statement because we know that law enforcement likes to take innocuous things that suspects or innocent people or guilty people say and like twist them to mean things. I don't think that means anything. But Keith says, how cool would that be if someone could get Nicole Robertson on the show to talk about it? I was thinking about her the other day. I would love to talk to her. I know that the defense deposed her, and we actually learned from that deposition during the summer hearings, I think, that one of these specific items or whatever themes that of items that they were searching for when they did search Ron's house were any like books, movies, magazines, memorabilia, whatever the fuck, anything related to or like inspired by or looking like paganism and Norse paganism, and I don't know if Odinism specifically, but they were literally looking for Norse pagan artifacts and evidence in Ron's house. So the FBI clearly thought that, you know, the theory had legs. Pagan paraphernalia. Yeah, right. Honeybee, yeah. Hi, Honeybee. I have that report. I'm going to pull it up too. I have all of these plans, but I can't stop talking. So the next day, the police release images of the bridge guy, the still frame of him. The 16th, Ron speaks to another detective at his home. And I guess the detective asks him, what'd you do that day? What'd you see? I woke up at 9 a.m. I worked outside with my animals. My cousin came and picked me up at 12. So now it's 12. And then he drove me to the dump. Okay, so that's a slightly different false alibi. The next day, Ron meets with another law enforcement officer because they were on his property for at least days, probably pretty consistently. And I don't know if y'all have ever seen, like, there's a bunch of news clips where the police are searching or processing the scene in the early days. Ron's just like talking to him and like walking around with them and like hanging out by the cruisers in his backyard with his hat, like just like chilling. So like, I imagine that would have been when like these conversations would have taken place because they weren't pagan paraphernalia. They weren't whatchamacallit, like custodial. They weren't like interviews. They were just questions asked while they were on his property. Yes, Judy, you are absolutely right. They did search. So they searched his house twice. The first search of his house was just his residence for firearms in like March 8th, I want to say, or 6th. And then the next one, the real big search, was the 17th of March. You're absolutely right. He was just chilling. All right. Is my speed okay? Am I like, where's like our audio files is like, is my nose too snotty? Is my volume okay? Because I don't have my normal screen up, so I can't really see what y'all are saying. Although DB would come in and tell me if I was drowning y'all in snot. So, on the 17th of February, Ron Logan again has law enforcement on his property. They note that he's physically able to get up and down the hill from his house to the crime scene. So he's walking up and down the hill with the police. Do it, cheer you. So then y'all probably remember the first national press conference, the 22nd of February, 2017. There's a joint press conference with the FBI, Indiana State Police, the Sheriff's Department, the Delphi Police Department, the prosecutor, Ives at the time, the mayor, Dan Doolin, the coroner. Pretty much everybody was on that stage for whatever reason. So that's the 22nd. On the 27th, so this is the thing that most people get confused about. So yes, Ron Logan did drive to the Pizza King in Americus, which is halfway between Delphi and Lafayette, more or less halfway between Delphi and Lafayette. So on the 27th of February, so 10, 11, 12, 13, yeah, 2 weeks pretty much after the murders, Ron drives to Americus Pizza King to meet with an ex-girlfriend / on and off friend of his. And they go to the Pizza King, and that does end up resulting in a new charge. He gets charged with driving while he has his license suspended. He doesn't get charged that day, but that trip to Pizza King on the 27th of February, where he goes and drinks and obviously drives, that does result in him getting violating his conditions of his probation. But that was on the 27th, not the 13th. A lot of people, for some reason, think that was the 13th. It wasn't. He didn't go to Pizza King on the 13th. How'd they know? Good question. We're going to get there. So from the 27th, something happened. A lot of things happened. But between the 27th of February and like a few days later, I don't really know what transpired, but I do know that during pretty much the entire month of February, after the murders, people had been calling and tipping Ron in. At least 15 people, per the FBI, tipped Ron into the tip line, specifically enough, named him and gave reasons as to why they believed he needed looked into. One of the people that did contact the police to provide information about him was an ex-girlfriend. She was interviewed. She actually first called the Carroll County Sheriff's Department within days of the murders because she knew he lived there. And when they released the image of Bridge Guy, she immediately felt that it was Ron. So she did call Carroll County to provide information, and they did not get back to her. So she said that she called multiple times, and I believe her because she's very credible. And she ended up just giving up on Carroll County and calling Cass County Sheriff to provide information, and Cass County Sheriff took it upon themselves, based on the information she provided, to connect her directly to like FBI, whoever was I don't know. But that same day, 2 agents came to her house and spoke with her, and asked her if she would go with them to, I think they were doing interviews at like the Delphi police station. I don't know. But she had an interview that very day with the FBI agents about him, and that information, at least some of it, well, I don't know. I don't know. That doesn't matter. But that same evening, Ron is detained or interviewed, and we don't really know what happens here. Surprise, 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 because the record sucks, even for like Ron's case. So I don't know what happened on the evening of March 3rd, but I do know that Ron's attorney, Andrew Aki, files a petition for, quote, alternative misdemeanor treatment, and then almost like immediately withdraws that petition, and the clerk's note or whatever, the note in the CCS is filed in error. So obviously there's like movement occurring. His attorney had been retained. He had worked with him previously for his other his driving violations, but I don't know if anyone in the chat knows or has seen alternative misdemeanor treatment. I don't know what that means, but like obviously there was like movement and things happening. His attorney was like filing and withdrawing things. So like he probably was being detained on the 3rd. And I do remember hearing that he was detained the same day that the FBI interviewed several, I don't know, witnesses, exes, whatever. So something happened March 3rd. So I did mean to tell the mods this before we started, but anytime Ron Logan is discussed, certainly on my channel, but anytime the topic of Ron Logan comes up, there's like a very odd, creepy, kind of interesting group of individuals who I've not fully identified. I know most of them, but there's this group of like Ron Logan diehard, like so loyal to the guy you wouldn't believe. So anytime he is discussed, they get feral, and not in the fun, sexy way. They get gross. They get weird and pervy, and they come in and they do like harassments. So if there are a lot of trolls in here tonight, it's because I forgot to tell you that. And Ron Logan just attracts them. He's the king of the trolls, obviously. So if you see him, just block him. Block him. I don't know why. Like why? You really think that he needs you to defend him? He would be embarrassed that you felt like he needed you to defend them. Like, you're lame and weird and odd. The Odd Squad. The Honor Bounds. Yeah. Kathy Shank's daughter. Maybe it's her, actually. Interesting. This looks like a question for DB. Why has the FBI been so silent? Yeah. Anyway, so moving on. Just wanted to let y'all know that the trolls abound. So, but they're honor bound to the man. So they think they're doing an honor, so it's okay. The 3rd, I don't know if he's detained. I don't know if he's detained and then released. I don't know if he's detained and remains in custody from the 3rd on. I don't know. But we know that 3 days later is when they get the probable cause. They get a search warrant for his residence only. And that has to do with a probation violation because he makes a comment. And we're going to get into this in more detail when we read the actual ISP report. But one of the ISP troopers that I think was on his property talking to him or dropped him off or whatever, Ron made a comment like, "Oh, I don't want you to search my house because I have guns." And he's like, "Oh, okay, you have guns." So they got a search warrant for guns, but only it was limited to his house. And it was issued on the 6th of March at 8:02 p.m. And it was for firearms, including handguns. And it was signed by Judge Diener Wiener. Head troll is obsessed with Ange. Well, that's really nice for me. Thanks, head troll. Fiend says, Fiend just cracked the case, or at least Fiend just in one sentence said my exact theory as to why they were covering for Ron and why they covered for a lot of people like Ron, even people that they didn't have any particular necessary like loyalty or relationship or rapport with. They did not want this person, or they could not imagine that this person was going to be one of them. Certainly not a lifer, a Delphi lifer who's like ancestors and relative, like family lineage goes so fucking, it's just very, it's complicated, y'all. It's layered. Hi, I love you, Miku. DB, thank you. DB, the reason, per DB, the reason the feds are so quiet is because they don't care, and they have no interest in fighting with the state. I mean, I wouldn't. Especially not these dudes. These fucking weirdos. You want Cletus and Jerome and Doug Carter in your face? Oh my God, that sounds like a migraine. I wouldn't want anything to do with them at all. I really wouldn't. Hey, Steven. Good to see you. I don't know, Honeybee. I haven't heard that. I don't know. It's a good question. I think I'm almost done with the important parts. A lot happens on the 6th, so they search his home, limited to the discovery of firearms, and included only his main residence. They find a receipt. Okay, so I'm a conspiracy theorist, obviously, but why would Ron keep a receipt? Why would you keep a receipt out in the open in your house from Aquarium World? Like, that to me he's like, oh, I have an alibi because I have a receipt. You know what I mean? Am I overthinking that? They happened to find a receipt during, like, it had to be in plain view because that was limited to the discovery of, or the firearms. Yet, whatever that fucking doctrine is, if it's in plain view, right? Isn't it kind of fair game? Is that a thing? Did I make that up? Anyway, whether they should have or not, they did collect a receipt that was just fucking chilling out in the open during that probation violation search from Aquarium World at what time? I forget what time I said. 5:21 p.m. Ariel says plain view is a thing. Okay. Interesting. Boomers love receipts. True. But it would have had to be in plain view, right? I mean, assuming that the police didn't like rummage through his stuff, which is, I mean, of course they probably did, but maybe they didn't because they obviously didn't really care a whole lot about anything when it came to investigating the crime. I just have this notion in my head when I think of how that receipt like ends up meaning anything or being found. Like I just feel like just because he's a very calculated man, he probably left it out for them to find because it's kind of an alibi, or he probably would have thought it would have helped be an alibi. Makes sense. Hi, LV. Yeah, the bodies were in plain view. They didn't need search warrants. Did the fish come with a warrant? Oh my God. Okay, so they find the receipt stamped at 5:21 p.m. the day of the murders from Lafayette. Ron is interviewed, and he says that he was picked up around 3 p.m. by David Nolf and taken straight to Aquarium World and then driven straight home on the day of the murders. Again, that's a third alteration, a third kind of version of his alibi for that day. He is then charged with obstruction of justice. And the notation on it is pending awaiting prosecutor action. I believe the obstruction of justice charge probably had to do with his false alibi. Actually, no. I don't know what he was obstructing. I don't know, because it wasn't the next day nor the day after. It was still like 2 days before they were able to officially disprove his alibi. So Kat says, cue a run. Amanda asked, was the receipt for parking, and his cousin or whoever was driving? So the receipt, I believe, was for like a store purchase. He bought some fish, and actually he bought like a ton of stuff, I think, there, and he kept the receipt from like the store checkout. He was an electronics tech, and I think electronics played a role. Yeah. I live in Indiana, and I'm extremely disturbed by what's taken place in this case, says LV. LV, I would be extremely disturbed too if I lived in Indiana. I don't live in Indiana, and I'm extremely disturbed, so I feel you. I'm glad you're here. Welcome. Okay. The next day, Ron's cousin, David Nolf, is interviewed again by law enforcement, and he says, or maybe this was the first time, he's interviewed. I think this is his first interview. So police go to talk to David Nolf because Ron says he, drove him to the store. He says, yeah, I drove Ron to Aquarium World on the day of the murders. Okay. So then the next day, the 8th of March, the woman that Ron went to that met at the Pizza King and drank with at the Pizza King on the 27th is interviewed by law enforcement about Ron. She goes into great detail about abuse that she experienced, threats that he has made towards her, information about him always carrying a gun on him and keeping it in a fanny pack. A lot of you probably remember that. It's in the FBI affidavit that I'll share here in a second. The next day, the Pulaski Sheriff's Department, Fred Rogers, I think he's somebody in this case. Someone in the chat, remind me who Fred Rogers. He's not. We don't like Fred, I don't think. But anyway, Fred Rogers interviews another woman, the owner of the Pizza King, to verify that he was there drinking and violating his probation, I guess. You heard of Fred? Yeah, somebody knows who Fred is. It might be. Fuck. Somebody told me that Fred is. Fred was also at some point investigated Brad or Pat, and I can't remember. It was one of those things where, like, obviously something was supposed to be done and it wasn't done. So that's great. Deputy Dog says, Ron's cellmate said that he talked about the girls being dead while he was pleasuring himself in his jail cell. I read that letter from prison. Did anyone else see it? Yep. Yep. Okay. So Nolf is interviewed 2 days later again, and he's like, all right, y'all, you got me. I lied. He asked me to lie. He recanted his previous statements, and he tells police he did not actually see Ron at all on February 13th, 2017. He asked him to lie for him, and this will come up in another document. But not only did Ron ask Nolf to lie for him, he also said that he would pay for an attorney for David Nolf if he lied for him and provided an alibi for him. Interesting. Next day, a couple officers, including Mike Thomas, go to the transfer station to collect footage of Ron and his movements on that day. The morning of the murders, they do find the video of him arriving shortly before noon and leaving shortly before noon. On the same day, Ron Logan's probation officer, Melissa, files a petition to revoke his probation. On the 11th of March, it says Ron is arrested and in continuous custody for his probation violation. So he's at least detained as early as March 3rd, but it doesn't look like he's officially arrested and charged with anything like resulting in him being booked into jail until the 11th of March. I still have the transfer. What do you mean, Stephen Curry? The transfer station video did not happen on 2/13. It couldn't have been from a few weeks later because he would have been in jail. I mean, whatever, maybe. I don't fucking know. But I know that the video I have of Ron at the transfer station is from the morning of the 13th. And I'm certain he went that morning. I don't know why he would have to, like, if he didn't go, I imagine he would just not say that he went because he would have been self-snitching. Ron gave his It wasn't Fig's video. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Steven. Yeah, I believe that. I don't know. Yeah, stuff just seems to like disappear. Videos and news articles and stuff in this case just like disappears from the internet. Okay. Nolsh is interviewed again. He tells them that Ron called him the morning of the murders and requested an alibi and offered to pay for an attorney for him. The 13th, again. So this, I don't need to go through all of this probably, but like once he's arrested, then like a lot of movement happens in his probation violation case, his habitual offender for driving drunk and without a license case. And they were holding him without bond for that. So obviously, and we know that they were also investigating him at the time as at least one of the prime suspects at the time. If they ever actually had a prime suspect. They investigated him as much as they investigated anybody, I guess. But Ron dated a woman who was much younger than him. She was in her 30s. Ron was in his late 70s when the girls were murdered. He was in a kind of he was in a sexual relationship with somebody who was living with him. It was likely a relationship of like convenience or at least maybe survival. She was struggling with substance use. I believe she was on probation as well. He was allowing her to stay in his home with him. She had a young child that was also staying there. So he kind of took her in. And Ron did take a lie detector test. He did not pass. Obviously, you won't find record of that anywhere because ISP leaves his result out of the report. But no, he didn't pass. But he did take one. They didn't do anything about it because lie detector tests are, hooey. But so anyway, he was dating a much younger woman. It was a volatile relationship. It was absolutely a relationship where she was vulnerable, and he was providing her with shelter for her and her kid. They both struggled, with substance use, and she took off in December. She left, and he was very, very, very angry about that. So in March, a couple days after he's arrested, they tracked her down. I think it was the FBI, at least one FBI agent was there when she was interviewed. And she goes into great detail about a 3-year sexual relationship she had with Ron. She details abuse, threats. On July 4th of 2016, Ron punched her with a closed fist. And she also told the father of her child that if she ever ended up dead, that Ron Logan did it. Now, she has since been very aggressively, I would say, kind of suspiciously, pathologically defending Ron on Facebook and kind of going at Brittany Allen on Facebook, which is sus. But that's not uncommon for victims to, obviously I don't hold that against her. Victim, just because he was violent and abusive towards her doesn't mean that she necessarily believed that he was capable of killing anybody, but she certainly believed he was capable of killing her. So on the 17th of March is when Nicole Robertson with the FBI files that like really substantial, I don't know if it's actually not really substantial, but she does file that affidavit for a search warrant of his entire property, home, outbuildings, car, etc. I'm sorry, DB. He took a polygraph, not a lie detector. I don't know what the difference is, but sure. Yeah, you're right. He did take a polygraph exam. Leave Brittany alone. Yeah. Sounds like he goes for, yeah. Oh, Honeybee DB was not correcting you. He was correcting me. Hi, possum friend. Fish tanks memo change. Did he have the... Okay. They search his home. We don't actually know what they found. Also, the FBI DB is going to say source. Okay, well, I don't have a document to source this, but I was told by someone that's... Actually, no, Barbara McDonald said this outright, and her sources are pretty good. So I'm confident saying it too. Even though Nicole Robertson issued and authored and filed that search warrant, whether or not she was present for the physical search, I imagine she must have been, but the FBI was not present for the search. That was all ISP and Carroll County were in charge of searching Ron's property. So all confidence that I had in that search being done properly went out the window when I found that out. The FBI was not involved in that, so that sucks. Did anyone get video or interview workers to confirm that Ron made the purchase at 5:20 p.m. Mavhawk? Yes, they did go and interview the person that was working, and it sounds like he did. However, that doesn't alibi him, and I will show y'all why in a second. But yeah, it does seem like he did intentionally drive to Lafayette alone, go to Aquarium World, get, make a big purchase and go right home with his receipt at that time. FBI was not allowed to participate in the searches, says Kay. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, we know now. Yeah, we know that there was probably pretty early on bad blood between the FBI and locals, so. Okay. They transfer Ron to a different jail. Akey had a hard time locating him. Interesting. Sounding familiar? They didn't put him in the DOC, but they were shuffling him around for his own protection. On the 20th of March, his lawyer writes to the prosecutor requesting a copy of the probable cause affidavit, that they release his guns to his son, which they did, and a copy of the transfer station video. He also writes a letter to Prosecutor Ives and Deputy Prosecutor Jerry Bean saying, I believe these two cases are intertwined, meaning the habitual offender case for driving without a license and the homicide investigation case. So Ives was prosecuting, obviously, the homicide, and Bean was handling lower level offenses at the time. Not to say he was ever charged in connection with the homicides, but it's very apparent from all of this that they were seriously looking into him as a suspect. Am I going too fast? Is this super chaotic, y'all? I'll just keep going, I guess. Akey asks for a bail hearing. He asked for a bunch of stuff. He's denied bond, ordered held without bond. And then this is weird. So he has his bond hearing before Judge Fouts. He's held without bond. And then the same day is when, I don't know if y'all remember this, but the news at the time, all of the news coming out on that day was oh, the investigation is returning to a normalization stage. Oh, the other agencies have to, they got to get back to their own agencies. And we're not slowing down the investigation. We're just going to a normalization stage. Does that sound familiar to anybody? I never actually really understood what any of that fucking meant, nor why they would have to, why that's newsworthy. It just was a weird thing to report. Why are you reporting that you're downsizing? Why are you downsizing your investigation? I don't know. I sneezed. All right. End of March, Ron takes a plea for level 6 felony, habitual traffic violator. The state agrees that they will not charge him for false informing or obstruction of justice related to the lying, I guess, or any of the other offenses committed prior to the date. He just pleads guilty to level 6 felony. Fred Rogers, I don't really understand this. They do file. They must have charged. Okay, so I guess they charged him for like 2 separate. Okay, now I'm remembering now. So he pleads to that, and then they also charge him again for another felony. This time for transfer station, driving to the transfer station without a license. All right, that's fine. So they charge him with the habitual traffic violator, and then they charge him with another offense a few days later for the other trip he made to the transfer station. He has a sentencing hearing on April 10th. Guilty plea for felony level 6 accepted. Okay, he's sentenced. They accept his plea agreement. He's sentenced to 2 years. I believe he was told he would have to serve like half of it. He didn't even end up doing a year, despite him crying to anybody who will listen about how I had to do 4 years. Bro didn't even do an entire year. He's fine. And he wasn't in Westville. He was in Newcastle. I'm not saying it's nice, but he wasn't in fucking Westville. He wasn't in solitary confinement. So he is transferred to DOC RDC from, so let's see, the 13th, I imagine, of April, he goes to RDC, and then by February, May 1st, he arrives in Newcastle, and I believe that's where he spent all of his time incarcerated. A few months later, September 2017, Akey files a motion for a progress report. They're treating him differently there than they treated Rick. He sends a letter to Ron being like, hey, I requested a progress report from Newcastle. This lady files a weird letter. We'll talk about it another time, not tonight. He gets his progress report a month later. The court receives his progress report. And then a week later, Ives is like, I'm going to resign. Okay. Judge Jessica. Okay, sorry. Ives resigns suddenly. And I'm not saying that like any of this is connected. I just, when I made this, Courtney and I were trying to make sense of nonsensical things. So, but anyway, it's significant. He just randomly resigns. About a month later, a transport order is filed for Ron for a sentence modification hearing. And his hearing is held. They modify his sentence. Akey files a motion for him to serve the rest of it on home detention with GPS monitoring, which of course is granted. Why not? You know, he's just a fucking violent habitual offender. So about a month later, they have the 1-year anniversary press conference right outside his fucking house at the trailhead at 4 p.m. Ron was home with an ankle monitor on at the time. I don't know. What was he doing? I don't know. But they certainly did have a fucking press conference in his backyard, so that's weird. I don't know why they had it there. It was weird. And then, not a year before he dies, Ron Logan decides that he's pissed at the state of Indiana. They violated his rights, which, yeah, maybe they did. But he also was always trying to fucking, like, get rich quick. So he wanted to sue Carroll County for violating his civil liberties. Having mentioned that, I guess I'll read that letter because it's, interesting. He authored a letter in May 2021. I hope I have it pulled up. I probably don't. Of course. Damn. Oh, I found it. Oops. Okay. Can you all see this? To the ACLU, my name's Ron Logan. I live in Carroll County, Indiana. I am a veteran of the U.S. Navy, serving from 1957 to 1960, keep that in mind, as an electronics technician on the USS Monrovia in the Mediterranean Sea. Okay, Ron, keep that in your mind, y'all. I would like to speak with an attorney about a possible lawsuit against Carroll County et al. Don't do it, Ron. Specifically, the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office, the Probation Department, Indiana State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the former Carroll County Superior Court Judge Curtis Fouts, as well as any other law enforcement entity which was involved in the investigation of a double homicide in February 2017. Briefly, I am 81 years old. I own 40 acres of land in Carroll County. 2 young girls were murdered in February 2017, and their bodies were found on my property on February 14th. Investigators believed that I was the murderer, and although they had no evidence to suggest this, and in fact I had an alibi, why is he still pretending that he had an alibi in 2021? Why? I was labeled the murderer by the FBI in a probable cause affidavit for a search warrant on my property in later 2017. Local police know me as a person who's been arrested for operating without a license, and I was placed on probation before this situation. Investigators saw me on video at the local recycling center getting into my truck on February 14th, and I was subsequently charged with probation violation and driving without a license. I was jailed for 3 days in the Carroll County Jail, and then I was transported to the Frankfort Jail in Clinton County for my own safety, according to the Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby, as he transported me to the facility. So maybe this gives us insight as to how Rick got to White County from Carroll County. It sounds like he was probably fucking driven there personally by Sheriff Lesenby. It looks like maybe that was kind of their MO. I'm just speculating, but it's interesting because we were talking about, like, how did he get there? Maybe the fucking sheriff drove him himself. Hey, you want to take a trip over to fucking whatever the fuck? Anyway, I was returned to the Carroll County Jail a few days later. While I was in the Frankfort Jail, I was stripped of all clothing and I was denied edible food for at least 24 hours. So this to me sounds like he was on like a coercive or punitive or whatever, suicide watch is what I'm thinking, but maybe not. Maybe they just literally just stripped the man. And they did make it difficult for him to eat. That's not cool. A nice little safekeeping. What you doing, lazy bee? Doing a sua sponte safekeeping, but then bringing him back 3 days later, like, okay, no more threat. Okay. A search warrant composed by the FBI, who referred to me as the murderer, was executed at my home and property, listed a series of pieces of clothing and other things the investigators were looking for, none of which were found that I know of. Okay. Law enforcement installed a video camera on an electric pole at the edge of my property, and it surveilling my garage and other areas for several months after the search warrant was executed. While I was in jail awaiting the probation violation and traffic charge to go to court, My house and my garage and other portions of my property were ransacked. Items were stolen. When I asked to see the surveillance video, I was told that it did not actually surveil the garage and the house. I was denied the ability to view the footage. In fact, I have been denied access to any information from the time I was jailed, although my attorney at the time indicated to me that I should expect to be charged for the double homicide while in court. I was not charged then or since. So Andrew Aki, who is a private, actually no, because Kagan Klein, yeah, he was appointed to represent Kagan Klein, so he must also be on the public defender roster, whatever the fuck they do. But he does have his own practice, and he is like a pretty, like, he's not like a schmuck. He's like a good attorney. And he apparently told Ron during his court appearance, hey, you are about to be charged for the double homicides. Although that never happened. So that's just very interesting to me. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not following the chat. I'm sorry. They did violate his rights, Miko, 1,000%. But this man is also a pathological liar, and I know for a fact there's like 7 things he said in this letter that are just objectively lies. So, like, yeah, they did violate his rights, but this was a money grab, 100%. I'm not gonna lie, Ron Logan sounds like a little bitch. He's a little bitch. I do believe that they violated his rights, though. That's not okay, and they shouldn't be fucking driving high-profile, unrepresented defendants, just fucking shuffling them around between county jails, personally chauffeured by the sheriff. That's like mafia shit. What are they doing? Did DB, I saw you said bruh, like I imagine you were talking about, like what the fuck is that? What is that? Is that like an intimidation thing? It's obviously not for safety, because they put him back 3 days later. Like, why is the sheriff driving him alone to a different jail where he's then tortured for 48 hours? What are we doing? What are we doing? We shouldn't have to do this to people. Like, we shouldn't have to fucking do it. They were literally found on his property. They didn't have to do any of that to him. They had more than enough fucking probable cause. They could have searched his house the second they found the girls without even kind of a problem. And they waited a month. But then they decided to torture him a month after, like when they're like, oh, we should have arrested him sooner. Maybe we'll get him to confess. These guys are fucking idiots. These guys are all fucking idiots. They belong in institutions. This is ridiculous. Yeah, DB, if they violated his rights, whether he wants money or not, he seems entitled to it. Yeah, I think every person who's held in unfair conditions pre-trial should definitely be entitled to compensation. That would be nice. This letter's stupid. You know what I think this letter is? I think this letter is a way for him to find out what evidence they have against him. Because really, he's pissed that he didn't get to see the surveillance video of his shit. He's pissed that he's like, they never found it that I know of. In fact, they didn't tell me anything about the investigation. I don't know. It kind of feels like a fact-finding mission to me, but whatever. What do I know? Only everything about the guy. So I do feel like this was there was maybe some secondary gain behind this letter. I do also think that he wanted compensation. Because, yeah, sure. He's entitled to it. He's also a greedy guy, so. Did Rick really have a lawyer at the beginning that no one knew about? Yeah, it definitely appears that way, Jer. At least, like, briefly. And it seems like Judge Jessica. It seems like the prosecutor and sheriff, at least, ignored the fact that he had an attorney or something. I don't know. Was that interesting? I thought that letter was interesting. What do you want to look at next? We can look at, let's look at the Indiana State Police investigation into Ron Logan. What do we think? Oh, wait, no, this is his. Would we rather look at his pre-sentence investigation report or yeah, let's go in order. By the way, the reason I have these documents is because Ron Logan gave them out to people pretty frequently. So he was not shy about disseminating them. I don't know why. He didn't disseminate all of them. There were things he would not share. Oh, when he was before Fouts was like, "Do you have anything to say for yourself, Mr. Logan?" Because he had been literally busted drinking and driving like over a dozen times. So like that in itself is pretty antisocial. But Fouts was like, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" And he was like, maybe in the future, nobody will get murdered on my property or something. He said something very, at best, he said something entirely callous, inappropriate, and defiant. Zero accountability for the fact that he was, yes, Stevie, he had over a dozen DUIs. Yes, throughout his life course. And from 2011 to 2017, he had 4. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure in my state, if you get 3, you lose your license for life. So, I don't know what they're doing in Indiana. But he had over a dozen. Okay. Let's look at his the Indiana State Police thingy-majig, the thingy. Fiend says it's actually supposed to be like that in Indiana too. Oh, it's almost like he just gets away with, I'm not going to say murder, but I'm supposed to be exhibiting some restraint as to like my belief that he killed the girls, because I've already said like I'm open to alternatives, and I'm also not saying he did it alone, but nobody has ever been able to show me, or Criminal Network or the FBI, who still believe he did. Like nobody's ever been able to provide a single piece of exculpatory evidence. Like show me one and then I will be less convinced. But like he definitely was a very special boy, Fiend. He got a lot of special exceptions there. His right to be a violent drunk driver. Maybe someone should think twice about murdering 2 girls on my property. Oh, yeah, that's a weird thing to say. Am I sharing this? I am. Okay. So this is an incident report from March 15th, 2017. And the nature of the incident is incidents against law enforcement, public safety, incidents against society. I didn't know it was just like a broad charge, but like that's funny. Ron Logan. Offending against society. During the course of another investigation, Ron Logan was found to have driven a vehicle while a habitual traffic violator. So this is I believe this is the, what is it called? The investigation center, like where they were kind of doing all their interviews. That might have, I don't know if that's the Delphi police station, but it was like where they were conducting investigation. So these are his previous offenses, some of them. So he was a habitual traffic violator. This is his offense date, noon. So that's the transfer station trip. And then, okay, so that makes sense. So then his public administration obstruction of justice charge. I imagine, because it says here that was March 6th, and we know that March 6th is when he lied to ISP about being driven to Aquarium World, right? Can you be charged with obstruction for lying, like providing a false alibi while they're conducting investigation? Yeah, right? I think if you lie to police, you can be charged with obstruction. So that's probably what it was for. Were his parents prominent in the town? Amanda asks. Yes, they were. You can't, DB? What do you mean no LOL? You can't be charged if you're being interviewed by police and you provide a false alibi. They can't charge you with obstructing justice if they're trying to investigate a double homicide of children. I feel like you can be. I feel like what else? I mean, I feel like that feels appropriate. So what would the obstruction charge be then, if not for that? Because it definitely happened on the day that they interviewed him. I don't know. Maybe not. No LOL. Okay. So this is my friend AJ Smith, half of my Bing Bong team. Just FYI. There's Ron. So this picture says 2/16/2017. That can't be right, right? Why would they have a picture of him on the 16th? Unless maybe they brought, no, I don't know. That's weird, right? That's weird. I never noticed that before. DB says, yes, they can charge you with whatever they want. Okay, fair. That's fair enough. That's a pretty serious charge in a murder investigation. 16 what? It says here, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but it's like really basically like barely visible, legible picture of him here. Below it, it says 2/16/2017. So I don't know why they'd have like a booking photo of him from that day. I don't know. Anyway, come back to that. Because this report was Thursday, March 16th. Yes, I don't know. Weird. There's his pedigree. Date of info. So, wait. Date of info. So they must have first been like, hey, Ron, come down and talk to us about the girls that were found as a witness, right? Does that kind of I feel like that makes sense. Maybe they got this info from him like the first time they talked to him. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like unpack this here. I just hadn't noticed that date before now. Interesting. All right. There's your cell phone number. So here the victim is society. I don't know why that always makes me laugh. Incident organizations, victim, society. Incident organizations. Yeah. Incident vehicles. So this is the car he was driving. Wait a second. He's driving a 2004 Ford Courier Ford Gold Line camper. Oh, yeah, that's his trailer, right? His Ford F-250. And then he was, I guess, hauling his... Eugene Fiend. Eugene. Ronald Eugene. Why did he have his camp? So there, I imagine that if this incident is his trip to the transfer station, right? He didn't have his, I don't know. Fiend says, I knew Camper was his accomplice. That's funny. Hi, Cindy. Yeah, this is definitely from March 16th, or at least it was printed on March 16th, because March 16th is when they issued the search warrant. Or they were drafting probably the search warrant for his house, but it looks like they started their like incident report into him on February 16th when they first questioned him. if that makes sense. Okay. Used in crime. Okay, here's a narrative. On Thursday, February 16th. Oh, here we go. Well, I could have just kept reading. On Thursday, February 16th, Detective Tim Kendall spoke to Logan at his residence. Logan told him that on 2/13 he woke up around 9 and then worked outside with his farm animals. Logan said his cousin David Nolf came to his house around noon. According to Logan, Nolf drove him to the transfer station outside of Delphi to drop off trash. Logan believed that they were gone about 10 minutes. When they returned to Logan's house, he and Nolf worked on Logan's farm until approximately 3 p.m. when Nolf drove him to Aquarium World in Lafayette to buy fish. On Monday, March 6th, I went to Ron's residence in Carroll County. He was at his home, and he agreed to go to the command center in Delphi for a formal interview. He stated that he could not drive because his license is suspended, and so he rode with me. When we arrived, I led him to interview room 1 and began to record at 3:39 p.m. Logan stated, nope, that's wrong. What is that? 1:39 p.m.? 1:39 p.m. When we arrived, I led him to interview room. Logan stated that on the day of February 13th, he woke up in the morning and went outside to tend to his animals. He advised that he was outside with the animals until about noon. His cousin came over to his house at some point in the early afternoon. He believed that Nolf drove him to Lafayette at about 3 o'clock. They went to Aquarium World on Earl Avenue, where Logan bought 22 fish. He advised that he spent about $100 on the fish. He then stated they returned to his house at about 18:30 hours. Quick, what's 18:30? I asked Logan for consent to search his residence, and he declined several times, which I have no problem with this, by the way, in case you cared. I asked him if he would take a polygraph, and he said that he would be willing to do that. After the interview, I led him to a polygraph room on the second floor of the command center. Polygrapher John Eager, I don't know this guy, let's look him up, was waiting there to conduct the test. I left Logan with Eager and returned downstairs. I contacted Aquarium World by telephone to confirm Logan's alibi. The manager, I didn't bleep his name, whatever, stated they did not have security cameras on the property. He was able to look up Logan's purchase information by using a name search. He advised that he spent $92 using a Visa card at 5:20 p.m. So that's his receipt. Said he did not assist him and that the employee that did help is not currently working, but the employee was that guy and they'd call him when he got back to work. He called me and said he did remember Logan. He remembered him because he purchased so many fish. He described him as an older man with gray hair. He was in the store alone. He believed that he was in the store for 30 to 60 minutes. Nothing about him seemed unusual. When Logan finished his polygraph, I went upstairs to get him. He was talking to 2 other officers. He was getting agitated and saying that he would not let anyone search his house. We went out to my car so that I could take him home. Oh, DB, maybe you know the answer. I mean, someone knows this. Hey, are they not allowed to mention the result of the polygraph in this because it's not they can't? I don't know. I just always wondered why they would say that he took it, but they wouldn't say anything else, in a official report. Not that I think they really mean anything, but you would think that to police, they're like the Bible, right? So I would also not allow them to search without a warrant. Yeah, fuck no. Hey, everybody in here, don't ever fucking talk to police, first of all, but definitely don't ever let them search any of your shit. Don't ever go anywhere with them without an attorney. Don't let them ask you a few questions. Just don't ever. Especially if you're innocent. It would be in a polygraph report. Oh, so that's a separate thing that probably exists unless it got mullined. Interesting. Thank you. He was getting agitated and saying he would not let anyone search his house. We went out to my car so that I could take him home. As soon as we got into the car, Logan said, between you and me, the reason I don't want anyone searching my home is because I'm on probation and I have guns. When I asked him to elaborate, he stated that he had a .45 Ruger and a .357 Rossi in his bedroom. He said that his probation ends soon and he doesn't want to screw up. When we got to his house, he stated he didn't want anyone searching his house, but he said, "Let me show you something." We got out of the car and he opened up his detached garage door. The garage was extremely cluttered with tools, lumber, and other miscellaneous equipment. He said that his house looked like that too and that he was embarrassed for anyone to see it. When I left Logan's house, I returned to the command center and advised several officers as to what he had said about the guns. I left the command center, received a call from Detective Liggett at 19:12 hours. He told me I needed to go to the prosecutor's office to sign a search warrant for his residence. Okay, good for you, Tony. Where did I? Oh, I went to the Carroll County prosecutor's office and assisted with finishing up a search warrant. Once it was complete, I went with prosecutor Rob Ives to the judge's residence for his signature. Hey, Ben. Hey, Benjamin. Knock, knock. Open up. DB, what time is this? What, like 7:12 p.m. So at 7:12 p.m., they leave the command center. No. He gets a call from Liggett at 7:12 p.m. And then they go to the prosecutor's office. Then they get a search warrant. And then they go to the prosecutor's office. And then they finish. So it's probably like, what, 10 o'clock at night when they go to Benny Diener's house? Come and sign the search warrant we wrote for you, LOL. Yeah. They have a tendency to do that. That is so funny. Where did they spot the truck with camper? At his home? Judge Jessica asked. Let's go look. It doesn't really say. It just says, let's see. So the offense is, the incident location they have listed as the police, like where they interviewed him, which is odd. But then here they have the incident offenses as 2 separate days. So like, it's odd. You'd think they'd have both locations. Unless this is a different one than this, right? I'll send this out, by the way, after. So y'all can have them. This is his home address. That's his phone number. Incident organization, society. So yeah, this occurred, this was a crime against society. It just says incident vehicles, but it doesn't say, I guess, technically where. I imagine that it would be the transfer station, Judgy, because that's what the... But so okay, so maybe, Stefan, not that I was doubting you, I mean I was, but like maybe that transfer station video is from a different day, and maybe he literally drove his camper to the fucking transfer station that day, because in the video that we have, it's just his truck, but like, I don't know. Miku says, a crime against society, and we live in a society. That's a great point. We do. We do live in a society. Is that description from his registration? Probably. Yeah, probably. So maybe he didn't have that with him, because it says, I don't know. You ask a lot of good questions. I don't have any of the answers, though, but I will share this with y'all. Do you remember where I left off? Anybody? Oh, yeah, they go to Benny's house. Once the judge signed it, we went to the command center and gave it to an investigator and relayed it to Logan's house where a search would be conducted. Okay. On March 7th, I located David Nolf at his residence. He confirmed that he was with Logan. He stated that he called him to come over. And so he did. Around 2. Nolf did not think Logan was acting any different. They left for Aquarium World sometime between 14 and 1500 hours in Nolf's gray 2013 Chevy Impala. Nolf said it took them a while to find Aquarium World. He stayed in the car while Logan went inside. He was inside for an hour. That's a really long time to buy fish, but whatever. I'm not judging. We don't judge. We listen. We don't judge. Nolf believes he was in there for an hour before he came out. They came back to Logan's residence without making any other stops. He stayed there for a little, helping him with his fish. He conveyed, that's a very detailed false alibi for somebody. I'm just saying, like, that's, It's a lot of details, you know? Steven says it was a few weeks after. Okay, that makes sense, Steven. Fig put out a false video. What a dork. Imagine doing anything to help law enforcement. Like, you fucking weirdo. God. Mel stayed at Logan's for a little while, helping him with his fish. He conveyed he picked him up on the next day, 2:14 around noon. They went to Walmart's grocery store in Delphi. He acted normal. When he brought Logan back home, the road was blocked by police. At that time, he was questioned by Detective Russell. On Friday, March 10th, Carroll County Major Michael Thomas and I went to the Carroll County Transfer Station. We met with Kristen Wan, the only full-time employee that works there. She was asked about Ron and shown his picture. She said she recognized him. He comes about twice a month. Juan could not advise when he was there last. There was no record of cash payments, and they don't take credit cards or debit cards, so there's no record of so there's no record of payments there. That's funny. I don't know why that's like making me laugh. Like, yeah, makes sense. It's a transfer station. That made me laugh. They don't keep cash transaction records, and they also don't take credit cards or checks. You can use gold coins, rare gold coins only. This place is so funny. If they pay with a check, they get a receipt, but the name and time are not. Oh God, why the why? Mon claimed there was no check payments made. Okay. So useless. There were 6 cameras there. We were unable to operate them and review. Wait a second. Okay. There were 6 cameras there. We were unable to operate them to review the past days, although Juan stated that another officer had recovered the video from 213. The video is stored for 60 days there. AJ Smith, you bing bong bitch. This is the worst narrative report ever. Second only to the bing bong narrative. You fucking idiot. You have not improved in 5 years. What does that mean? Like, seriously, what the fuck are they doing? This is either the killer or a totally innocent guy, right, Fiend? Exactly. They gave him a receipt, says DB. Yeah, but it didn't have a well, maybe, but it says there's no record of cash payments. They don't take credit cards. When a customer pays with a check, they get a receipt, but the name and time are not recorded. Where does it say they gave him a receipt, though? She's just like, yeah, generally we give a receipt, but it doesn't have time or name on it. So it's just what is it? What is it then? What's it a receipt of? That they would have a receipt too? Only if it was a check, DB. There's no record of cash payments. They don't take credit or debit cards, and if you pay with a check, you get a receipt, but if you pay in cash, you don't. You think he's cashing checks? Maybe he's paying in checks. I don't know, man. We're probably putting a lot. This might be a lot to ask of. This is what the cop said. LOL. Yeah, no, I know he's an idiot. We've established that AJ Smith is a bing bong bozo. There were 6 cameras, but we couldn't operate them. But then another officer recovered the video, and the video is stored for 60 days. Huh? I don't know what that means. Can they lie? Fiend says, hey, did you guys know cops are allowed to lie? Can they lie in something like this, though? I mean, yes, obviously, but like, would they? Yes. Should they? Probably not. Crazy to lie in a narrative report. I can't imagine. The only people that lie in like narrative reports are like, I don't know, lieutenants and shit. On the afternoon of March, hi, Boone. We might need to take an intermission really quick, but I'm gonna finish this first. Come here. On the afternoon of March 10th, Sergeant Fred Rogers and I met Mike at the transfer station to review the video. So, like, another officer collected the. I don't know what's happening. Okay, I'm not going to try. Operate the video system, go back to 213 to review it. We observed him turn into the transfer station, pulled into the garage, and unloaded several bags of trash out of the back of his white pickup truck into the 42-yard dumpster. He arrived at approximately 11:58, stayed 5 minutes. On 3:12, Nolf came into the command center and spoke to Sergeant Rogers and me. He stated that he lied to me on 3:07 when he told me he drove Logan to Aquarium World. He stated that he had never went to Logan's house and never drove him to Lafayette. He advised that he called him and told him to lie to police if questioned. According to Nolf, Logan offered to pay for an attorney for Nolf if he lied to police. White truck might as well call it a van, says Mika. Right. Hey, y'all, I'm going to do a BRB. Oh, wait. You want me to play the Connie interview while I'm out there? I don't have to. I know most of you have seen it already. Either that or just a black screen. You pick. You choose. I'm fine with either. I think that's the end of this thing. Yeah. Trooper Smith. Reviewed by nobody. On March 16th at 11:22. I don't want quiet. Okay, we'll do a Connie while I'm gone. I will be back. Please hold.
Tell me about the day that you learned about the murders. Do you remember kind of?
Oh, yeah. I remember the very day when I heard that the two girls had been murdered on his property. It's like, oh, my God. He finally killed somebody. And then it wasn't just, maybe a couple of days later, that subject coming across the bridge. Said, oh, my God, it is him. I recognized his walk. Like a knock-kneed a little bit. I mean, there was trails even from Monon Bridge to the area where the girls were found, all the way up to Ron's house. There was trails.
How did you know Ron? How did you meet Ron?
In the bar. A friend. And he was drinking a Pepsi. And he was cowboy, and started talking horses, actually. Trying to tell me where he lived, and he asked me how old I was. He told me how old he was, which was a lie.
Was he charming?
Yeah, he was. He just had a swag about him. We hit it off pretty good, but the horses and stuff. I had a horse, and I think that's how he got me, for sure, with the horses. I knew that he was a recovering alcoholic, and I thought, him not drinking, I thought that was, I really liked that. someone that was a recovering alcoholic and not drinking. But see, he started drinking after our split.
Do you remember, like, the first time that you saw a side of him that scared you?
When I wasn't giving him sex in bed and he beat me, yeah. He had bruises all over. Gosh, I'm going to say within the first year, I had bruises on my chest. And I remember my stepmother asking me, I told her that I was had a baby colt, that I was halter breaking and it reared up and, you know, struck me, you know. Tried to break up with him. And he always would come back and, you know, the horse is something this or something that. And then I'd go back. I'd go back.
What kinds of things would he say? Would he apologize?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He felt bad. Oh, it never happened again. But it happened again, time after time after time.
So how often would you say he got physically violent with you?
A lot. Restrain me. Hold me down. Force vest on me. And then I could leave.
Was he strong?
Yes. I mean, there's time that when my daughter and I was there, and when we tried to leave, he didn't want us to leave, wouldn't let us out the door. I don't even know why we were even arguing or why. I know it wasn't getting anywhere, and I just wanted to leave, and no, we're not leaving. I don't know, maybe I didn't give him the right answers or something. And to this day, I don't know what any of the arguments were about. I mean, Can you see that, though?
Mm-hmm.
Even though I didn't live with him, I mean, I stayed there at times, you know. There was a lot of rules. There was a lot of control. Yeah, things I could do and couldn't do. And
what were the rules that he had at his house that you had to follow?
Things had to be tidy. Tidy. Oh, just crazy. Only allowed on something. Furniture, couldn't lay on the couch. That couch ain't made for laying down. Nope, you ain't laying down there.
What were they made for?
Screwing on, I guess. He had a new refrigerator, and there was a little scratch that got put on it.
Yeah.
And he blamed my daughter for it. And she don't remember doing it. And he just drilled her and drilled her and drilled her. And I know you did it. I know you did it, you know. And you know what? I think that might have been the day when we were trying to get out of the house. He wouldn't let us out of the house. He was bent out of shape about it when we got away. That was one of the times, you know, when he busted my windshield out. My daughter remembered that he shoving her and knocking her down.
How old was she at the time?
7. So the only way to get to the upstairs was go through the other room, which you go through the kitchen. And he had a padlock on that door, not a regular lock type door, a padlock. I do remember he may have been outside when I went up there, and I kind of went upstairs real quick, and he caught me and forbidden me. And that's the only time that I was ever up there. But I wanted to see what the house looked like. This was really big. There was boxes of stuff everywhere, and some old furniture, and he forbidden me to ever go up there again. Why? I don't know. I don't know. To this day, I don't. I wish I did.
What would happen if Ron did not get his way?
I don't know. I already do. Well, I told you he forced sex on me, right? I always kind of thought he was perverted.
How so?
I told you he got off watching animals breed, right?
That happened often?
Well, he raised goats. He raised rabbits. Yeah, raised horses, you know, hope. He'd definitely get a hard on. He'd want to go screw afterwards. Well, there'd be that neighbor girl. Just if you go across the creek, their creek, she was 12, 13. She bought an Appaloosa horse from him. And she used to come over all the time. He just loved her. Loved her.
Did he seem inappropriate with her?
I've been comfortable a few times. You know, and her parents was never there, so I didn't understand that either. Ride her horse over. I guess he's helping her.
Helping her with what?
The horse.
Did he ever have to, like, kill an animal or put an animal down or anything that you remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he had no problem hitting a rabbit in the head to butcher it or anything like that. No. So I've been with him, something about, they can walk back in the woods, you know, and he brought a gun. I go, what are we doing? And I know how the ravine was in the back of these woods, and he shot a deer. Wow. He goes, you want to help me butcher it? Yeah, I'll help him butcher it. We went and got it and took it out of there, and I helped him butcher it, helped him package it. And I thought, oh, wow, you know, this is pretty neat. You know, got a guy that's self-sufficient, you know?
Mm-hmm.
No, he had no problem killing animals.
Where would he butcher them?
We butchered it right there at the house. I remember we had the table in the kitchen cleaned off, and we were cutting it up, and I was helping him package it up. And he actually hung it in his barn, and we did it all in one day.
How did he clean up blood?
But soaking in dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the barn, you mean?
Yeah. Or put it in feed sacks, you know, the guts and stuff. And what he did with that after that, I don't know. You know, where he buried it, or I don't know. I don't know what happened to the head. I don't know any of that. But as far as I know, he could took it back in the woods and let it rot, you know. Oh, he had no problems using a knife or a gun. I do remember times that he'd stand around humming. And he'd be in a daze, like, I do remember that so distinctly, so many different times. Like, what is he doing?
What did you like about Ron?
I had to do about horses, okay? That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, just to listen to him talk about horses to other people, meaning, okay? That's all I could say. I got another girlfriend from Kokomo. She came over there to visit me one time, and I was fixing supper over there at his place. And I remember I had to get this meal made or get everything cleaned up, and I didn't have time for her, and I made her leave. Felt that it was safer for her to leave. But she remembers that distinctly. He didn't want me to have any friends. He was very controlling, yeah. Wouldn't let me out of the house. Yes, he was controlling. I remember running to my parents. Videophone lived about 5 miles from there, and him followed me and followed in behind me, and my dad coming out there, and I said, you know, he hit me and did this and that. And then Ron left me after my dad and my brother talked to him. And my dad said I had it coming.
After he talked to Ron, he took Ron's side?
Yes.
So he was very convincing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he wasn't afraid to follow you to your dad and your brother's house.
No. No.
Was he afraid of much?
Not really. He had his own way of manipulating people. You know, that he was a good guy that did no wrong. One of my girlfriends, she was at the party. She remembers the day that I met him. And we lived together a couple different times. And she remembered him coming to the house and stuff, stalking me. And she pretty much told him that he needed to be leaving or she was going to call the cops. And he did leave. She didn't like him. I mean, I tried to break up with him a lot. And there was some hold on to it, but it works all the time. I did get some things that we had bought together, some animal clippers, some halters, and I got a place of my own in town, and I was living by myself at the time, and I was at work, and he broke in, he cut the screen in one of the back bedrooms, and found that stuff that we had bought together and got it. God knows what else he got. Maybe he got in one of my drawers and got my underwear. I don't know for sure, but it's hard to say. Yeah, he cut my screen, and that's when I got scared. My house being broke in. I didn't call the cops. It's like, if he wants it, maybe he'll leave me alone. But then I was with somebody else, you know, watching a movie one evening, and I see something through the curtains and got out and looked, and it was him peeking in the window. And when I went to the door, he was in his truck and he had taken off.
That's so scary.
Yeah. I always make sure that nobody can see in my windows ever again. It took me a long time to get over that. And then when I moved away 30 years ago, when I had my new house up here, which there's no neighbors up here on top of the hill, nobody could see in. I still had a hard time. I don't know if he knew where I lived, but I was hoping he would never ever show up.
Did Ron ever talk about being afraid of heights to you?
No, never. Never. I got him a job where I worked at. I worked for Lynn Fisher. I got him a job there, and it was for maintenance. And he had to climb up those bins, and you measure feet, you know, when they have to be delivered, you know. He had to climb up those ladders all the time.
And he had no problem doing that?
No, that was part of his job. It's all about one sex. Hey, what are you doing? Let's go to the movies, you know. And then it was going over to Kokomo to the drive-in, the adult theater. I went there with him a couple times.
So he watched porn?
Yes. Yeah. I don't know what he did when I wasn't with him.
Yeah.
And he was probably pursuing somebody else because I wasn't the only one that he was pursuing. And that was part of the problem. He was seeing Jeannie, and he's keeping track on the calendar when he's having sex with her and me. It took me a few weeks to figure that out, what those initials meant. He put initials on the calendar when he had sex with me and sex with Jeannie. And there was another girl, too, and her name was Phyllis. Yep, there would be P, there would be C, and there would be J. And then there would be, he'd keep track of the animals, too, like when he bred a doe, like a rabbit, or a goat when it might have got bred. Yeah.
Why would he keep track of that?
I don't know. Ego, I guess.
So we've talked about Ron was in the Navy. And that never came up?
Never knew it. But must not have been something he really wanted to talk about. So something may have terrible happened. I don't know.
Did he ever talk about, like, college?
No. Nope.
Wow.
No, he he worked at E.I. Lilly. I did know that. I think he'd been there, I'm thinking maybe 17 years. And then he lost his job there. He got fired. He had like a cellar that goes up underneath the house, a basement, and he was putting new doors on there. And he asked me, we were talking, I was helping him. I don't know if I said something. I said something wrong. Next thing I know, he just hit me over the head with a crust wrench. I know I took off running, and he was right behind me, and I remember falling. I didn't want him to hit me again, so I fell onto the ground. And I remember crawling, and I made it to my vehicle, and I took off. I don't know what happened. I didn't turn around and look. I just took off and went to the doctor. I had blood running down my face, and I remember I was cheating. I remember cops behind me had the lights on, and I only had to go 2 miles before I was in Delphi, and pulled into my doctor's. And I remember the police officer coming in right behind me, and they shuffled me right into the doctor's office, and they asked if I was all right, and I wound up having 7 clamps put in above my forehead. I didn't see him for a while, but I did know that he got fired, and I found out why he got fired. Doctor billed that he was in my name. He whited my name out and wrote in Ryan's name and turned it into his insurance at where he worked.
Oh, he was committing fraud.
Yes, he was. There was another incident after that, too. I don't know how soon afterwards, when my daughter and I was at his house and he wouldn't let us leave, and we did make it out of there, and I made it into my car and was leaving, and he picked up a rock and threw it in my windshield. And
your daughter was in the car with you?
Yeah. And why I didn't stop at the police, I'm scared of him. He threatened me. I'll kill you.
You believe him?
Oh, yeah, I believe him. I was just trying to kill me before then with a crescent wrench. He's actually the prosecuting attorney right next door to where my doctor's office was. And I remember him being so mad at me when I went back in there several days later. It could have been several weeks later. I don't remember the time when I wanted to drop the charges and said it didn't happen that way. I remember him being really mad at me. Really mad. I'm not talking about Ron being mad. I'm talking about
the prosecutor.
I just been mad. Just been mad. I don't remember him asking me, are you doing this because you're scared of him or not? I just remember wanting to get it done and getting over with and getting out of there.
Do you think Ron ever drugged you?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of things I don't remember. I mean, your mind has a way of protecting you and things like that. I don't know.
Did he ride his horses or just keep them?
Mainly kept them. We did do some riding together, not much.
And he would travel to buy and sell them.
Yeah. Yeah. I went with him. I went out to Kansas with him. Had to scream in every state. Yeah. That's about the third state. I didn't want to do it no more, and I remember him getting mad at me. If it wasn't with me, it was somebody else. He always carried a knife with him, though. I do remember that. Always. No remorse. I don't know why I kept taking him back. Seriously, I don't. That has blocked out my mind why I just kept going back for more and more and more. Don't know.
Do you think he got away with murder?
I think he did. I truly do. I think he was in a rage of breaking up with a young girl that was living with him. And that was just 2 months prior. Went down the Videophone cell barn, which is only about 25 miles south of me, at a horse sale, and he was there. And he came up behind me, and I was talking to somebody about a horse, and he was right behind me. I didn't even know he was behind me, and he goes, "You better listen to her. She knows what she's talking about." I turn around and look, and I go, "Oh." It's like, I remember walking away. I did not have a conversation with him. Mm-hmm. And I went up and set up in the stands because it's getting ready to start the sale. I remember he was down in the cell ring with a bunch of other men and other people. This young girl standing right beside him. I go, I wonder who that is. I mean, I didn't have any idea. I didn't see him with anybody else. I remember when he did leave, because they left early, before the sale was over, I remember getting up and following them out, and they were leaving together. Like, I wonder who that girl was. And I'm pretty sure she was not as, like 14, 15, not a drivable, or she could drive herself.
They left together?
Yeah, they left together. Well, listen, they say a 77-year-old man, old man, can't do that kind of stuff, but I mean, I date somebody that's a lot older than me, 79 now. He could whip a couple girls out if he wanted to, and he's not as big as Ron is, you know, and he's a farmer, so. Well, and too, let's say if you're drinking, that gives you a little more fight, doesn't it? Give you a little more nerve.
So did you ever see Ron drink?
No.
So he didn't drink the whole time you were together?
No.
And yet he was that violent without alcohol?
Yeah. Could you imagine him? If he didn't have that, probably would have killed me.
Thank you all for listening to that. I wanted to show you just a really, really, really short, like 2-minute clip of Connie. Most of you have seen it already, but she is truly, I got to meet her in person. We have spoken over the phone for like probably about a year. We became good friends. And that interview took place, it was not, a one-time thing. It was many conversations that she actually was very like super brave and vulnerable and open and willing to have us start recording some of our conversations when we would talk about it for a lot of different reasons. But she also thought it would be like cathartic and helpful for her to process. But also she really felt strongly about helping like other women tell their stories. And so, yeah, she's just a remarkable, awesome person. And that interview means a lot to me because regardless of how you feel about Ron's involvement in the murders, so for starters, not that it matters. I mean, victims inherently should be believed, but I did a lot of due diligence when I first met her and we first started speaking because I wanted to make sure that her memory was, because our memory, it was the 80s they dated, so things get blurry and we get, we forget things, but also I wanted to verify a lot of what she was telling me, and everything that she told me I was able to verify either with like court documents, newspaper articles, medical record, like she's everything that she told me was truthful. So obviously Connie doesn't know whether or not he did, but she has gut feelings, she knew him very well and she was very afraid of him. And regardless, independent of the murders, I think it's important that she at least gets to tell her story about what he's like and the fact that he was capable of tremendous violence. He was a threat to women around him constantly. Not only that, this is a man who drove drunk constantly. That is an antisocial behavior, the disregard. And I understand alcoholism is a substance use disorder, but driving drunk is not. I think we can all agree there is a difference. And so I just have a lot of issues with the way that Ron was not investigated and then basically mafiosa tortured. Like we need to just not do that. I can't understand why. Can anyone provide a reason? And I'm really asking, like, can we think of why they wouldn't have immediately searched his, other than they same reason they didn't, I'm out of focus, I'm sorry. Probably for the same reason they didn't test any of the female DNA, right? They couldn't wrap their stupid fucking heads around the possibility that a female DNA could lead them to either the murderer or lead them to the murderer, right? They couldn't even consider it. They're like, oh, it's not possible, so we're not even gonna test the DNA because it's a waste because it's a female's DNA. Like, are you fucking kidding? We know it's not because they value due process, right? Yep. Jill says, it makes me feel good to hear someone else say that he is guilty. I totally agree, but no one will believe me. Jill, I promise you, there are people that agree with you. It's just, he's not a popular POI to feel strongly about because, as we've seen, like from the troll invasion, there's just this very odd, like, even Kathy Shank's daughter, right? She talks about Ron in this cult-like way, right? She's honor bound to defend him. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's inappropriate, first of all, that you have this like affection for this objectively criminal old man. It's inappropriate, but also like honor bound to defend this guy you don't fucking know shit about. Fuck, you don't know if he did it. Mind your fucking business. That's how I feel. Anyway, am I still blurry, guys? Barbara, I'm not going to purport to like know what Barbara believes, but at least up until, she did a really good interview on the Interview Room, and it was about various like POIs, but they talk a lot about Ron because she also did a lot of her own work and time and energy looking into Ron in general. She interviewed him extensively in person. And I believe she like, at least I don't believe that once you like, my gut and hunch and opinion that is open, and obviously I'm open to changing it, but right now I feel so strongly that Ron Logan did this. I don't know that I could ever like unfeel it, just because of how much time I've spent trying to understand him. It sounds weird, but like talking to people who knew him and spending a lot of time trying to like track, he was very like compartmentalized and secretive and private. So it was very difficult to kind of like backtrack his life. And like, there's periods of time that are just like missing. And there's also, we should talk about his military time. I know I'm going off on a tangent here, but I just wanted to show y'all Connie, and I'm going to do that really quick. It's super short because I love her, and you all will love her too. You already do. Where is she? This clip is meaningful to me because Connie, we had talked for so long before this interview. This is her, she and I were together when this was filmed. I'm off to the side, but she was being interviewed by the CW for their Delphi documentary. And as she was like processing and telling her story, she actually remembered, I don't know, y'all see it. I'm just going to play it. And trigger warning, it does deal with like trauma, violence essay. So, but it's about 2 minutes. I'm going to play it.
incarceration.
Liberty German shot this chilling image of the killer approaching the girls on a hiking trail, and she recorded the killer's voice.
What do you hear on there?
Nothing that I recognize at all. No one. I don't recognize the voice. Voice at all.
Wow. That's your voice. And I heard that voice down the hill. Oh, thousands of times. It's Ron Logan saying, down the hill. And I called the tip line.
Joining me now, News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton. So Connie Dillman seems so confident about this. Like, what?
I don't want Brian Enton. I want Connie. Shut the fuck up, Brian. I feel like there's more to this interview, though. There it is. Okay. Sorry, y'all. He just bothers me. I don't want to listen to him.
For a while. And it didn't really work out very well.
Just let it play, Angela. How about I just let it play, y'all? I'm gonna let it play.
Her in the past, and as you heard in that clip, that when she heard that voice, she thought right away that it was Ron Logan. Listen to a little more of what she said for the first time tonight about what kind of man this is.
Ron's property was right next to Monon High Bridge. He had some pasture, he had some goats and the horses. I moved in with him for a while, and it didn't really work out very well. He was controlling with me. Had to keep the house tidy and couldn't lay down on the couch. It just had to be the way he wanted it. But he wanted me there. It goes a little bit further than me in his life. I've pretty much a sex tool. Can we stop? Can we?
Yeah, we can stop.
Okay. I don't know where that came from. When I didn't want to have sex, he forced it on me. And I was helpless. You know, I couldn't help myself. And when I did get away, he would always draw me back. One day, he had been working on putting a new door on a basement cellar, and I said I wanted to break it off with him. And out of the blue, he hit me over the head with the crescent wrench. And I remember taking off, running to my vehicle, and I remember falling to the ground. And I was afraid he was going to hit me again. So I was able to get on my hands and knees, and I crawled away. I got to my vehicle, and I was able to leave, and then I felt the blood running down my face. I barely remember the drive to the doctor's office, which is only a few miles to Delphi, and had 7 staples put in my head. But I actually went to my sister's after that. I'm lucky I got out of that situation, but it took a long time.
It really is stunning to hear her.
Okay. Anyway, not to like bring the mood down, but I just wanted y'all to see her and know her and love her too, because she's really amazing. So yeah. Radar. I know you're joking. Yeah, she I actually that reminds me. So when that documentary came out, something that happened was a couple of people reached out to like the producer, but specifically somebody left a comment on the video And I went ahead and, oh my God, I'm sorry. We're gonna get through this together. All right. So this comment stood out to me because I recognized this person's name as somebody whose last name matched the last name of an individual who I know from my own, whatever background research, had spent years with Ron. And this woman commented on Connie's interview and said, my mother dated him, meaning Ron, up until approximately 2016 to 27. Motherfucker. Sorry, y'all. God, where did it go? How do I get it back? Son of a bitch. I don't even know what I did. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh my God, y'all. The Lord. The Rams, y'all. Oh, the fucking Rams. It's so bad. This is enough to make me, I don't love this. It's frustrating. It's like I double click it and nothing happens. So then I double click it again and then it goes away. So doesn't matter, Ange. Just chill your beans. Chill your beans. Just let it think. Let it think. I'm gonna let it think for a second. Okay, that seemed to help. That is why the subjective opinion on why the voice sounds like, on what the voice sounds like, shouldn't be admissible. Because after hearing the Ron Logan voice and the clip side by side, I can hear it sound like him. Right? It's very yeah. It's hard to and then it's hard to unhear it. Don't double click. Don't double click. I know. I keep on doing it, Miku. I'm doing an impatience. Is my problem. And then I'm doing a hysteria. I'm doing a rage. My Rams is doing a Krevin. Y'all tell me something nice. Oh, okay. There we go. It worked. I manifested it. We manifested it together, guys. Here we go. All this to show one screenshot. It's worth it. My mother dated Ron up until approximately 2016 to 17. Oops. Jesus. Did it go away again? Oh, no, it's still there. Whew. There were several times that I had to go pick my mother up on the side of the road because Ron would not let her have her keys to leave. After breaking it off with him, she woke up one night to him standing over her bed, and she had no idea how he got in. She ultimately had to get a restraining order. I know the commenter from the last name. I know that this woman's mother did get a restraining order against him because it's public record, and I also know that Ron had a tendency. 3 women now have told similar stories of him just ending up in their rooms. Connie said he would cut the screen on her bedroom window and get in that way when she wasn't home. And then once he did come when she was home. And now we've got this person telling a very similar story. I mean, that's scary. He's a very scary guy. And it's very scary. There's never, ever a justification for if somebody leaves or says no or doesn't want to be with you anymore. You can be angry and sad and feel grief, but you leave them the fuck alone. Or else you're gonna have problems. The thing I will say about Ron, is that that's his dick. Sorry, I didn't mean to do I'm not trying to do dick print, I promise. I'm just trying to like zoom in so you can kind of see his stature. Oh my God, Angela. Lord. Did that work? Yeah, there we go. So Ron, this is from, I believe this picture is 2015. This is Ron Logan in 2015 with his little dog. As you can see, he's not a frail old man. Again, the purpose of this live, what I really wanted to do was debunk a lot of the bullshit and a lot of the easily disprovable lies, or not even lies, just like false rumors and false whatever claims that just have perpetuated for 7 or 8 years. Like, again, I invite anybody in the chat, if they have a single exculpatory piece of information about Ron that I have not debunked tonight, I really would love to hear it. All they tell me is that I'm stupid and crazy and a Ron Logan guilter or whatever, fucking fine. But tell me why I'm wrong, just tell us why he couldn't have done this. Because he sure was fucking there in the 7 and 10 at the same fucking time that we know that Libby's phone was being tampered with. So, a fucking electronics technician. So, whatever. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. This is an incident from 2010. I do believe I redacted this. Let me just make sure really quick. Just the name. I mean, it's public, but I don't it's DV is shitty, so. Yeah. Okay, it's redacted. So, are y'all bored? Are we okay? I took a Mucinex. Was Ron a Mason? I know I gotta pull up. His mom was in one of those lady groups for Masons. I don't even know what it's called, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but I used to have the name. I have to check. I'll have to pull up my stuff. You guys are so sweet. Not bored. Perfect. So this is an incident report. Carroll County Sheriff's Office. It's just had address and stuff. So this is from August 8th, 2010. I'll make it a little bigger. How do I get this thing to go away? Oh, I think I just don't touch it. How do I get that to go away? It's really annoying me. This bar here. I need DB, and he's living life. So there we go. On Sunday, August 7th, 2010. Am I sharing? Yes, I am sharing. Okay. We will talk about Kathy Shank's daughter right after this. Her weird post. So, on Sunday, August 7th, 2010, at approximately 11:53 p.m., dispatch advised me, who's the author? I believe this is Liggett. Nope, it doesn't matter, Angela, just read it. Dispatch advised me that a caller advised there was a female in the middle of the road in front of 5858 West, 300 North in Carroll County screaming, "Call the police." Delphi Officer Parkinson, Deputy Liggett, and I arrived at the residence at approximately midnight. Upon our arrival, there was no one standing in the road. Deputy Liggett and I drove down to the intersection of County Road 575 West and 300 North with our emergency lights activated to attempt to gain the attention of the possible female in the road. We then went back to the residence. That is Ron's address. When we got to the residence, there was a light on in the upstairs portion of the house. Y'all, the upstairs portion of the house? You mean the west wing? The Beast's west wing that no one could go in? Just kidding. That was the 80s. But I do want to go up there, y'all. They should give tours, spooky house tours. Anyway, when we got there was a light on the upstairs portion of the house. There was also a light on in the east side of the house. Deputy Liggett walked back to the back door, and Officer Parkinson and I walked to the front door of the residence to speak with them. From my previous experience, I knew it was the Ronald Logan residence. When I got to the front door, I could hear Deputy Liggett talking to someone in the back. I walked back to Deputy Liggett, and I noticed it was Ron. Deputy Schimmel then arrived. Deputy Schimmel asked Ron if Kathy, referring to, well, there you go, sorry, Kathleen Pruitt, and he had gotten into an argument. He stated no. Deputy Schimmel asked where she was, and he said that she wasn't there, that she had left with another person. This is not redacted. We're going to just pull up a different version. And I know it's already on Reddit. I just feel weird about sharing it. So just bear with me, y'all. It probably is fine, but I don't want to, I don't know. I'd rather just not. Anne should ask that lady if they're pals. Who? Cleveland? Also, hi, Cleveland. DB will be so sad that he missed you. Which lady? I found a picture of them. Oh, yeah. They were neighbors. They were roommates. I'm just kidding. They were not roommates. Is it okay if I just read this to you, y'all, and don't show it to you? I'll just read it to you if that's okay. And I can go slow. I won't do a speed read. I'll just read it to us. We'll do like a story time, okay? Okay, here we go. Picking up where we left off. I walked back to where Deputy Liggett was, and I noticed that it was Ron. Deputy Schimmel then arrived. Deputy Schimmel asked Ron if Kay and he had gotten into an argument, and Ron stated no. Deputy Schimmel asked where Kay was, and he said that she was not there and that she had left with a B. Deputy Schimmel asked how long ago Kay was there, and Ronald stated about 30 minutes ago. While standing next to Ronald, I noticed that he had red, watery eyes, and I could smell an odor of alcoholic beverage coming from him. Deputy Liggett located a blue-colored flip-flop in the grass next to Ron's driveway. Deputy Liggett asked Ron if it was okay if we looked in the house just to make sure that Kay wasn't there and to make sure that she was okay. Ron stated that we could not go into his house and that Kay had been picked up earlier by B. Ronald was very adamant that Kay was no longer at his house. Ronald stated that she had been with him earlier at the Office Tavern in Delphi and at his house, but he was adamant that she was not at his house. Deputy Schimmel went to go check on Kay at her blank address in Delphi. Ron would not let us search his house for Kay. Deputy Liggett had dispatch call all the bars in Delphi and Camden to see if she was there. So just like I will say, y'all, I give all of these dudes a hard time, particularly Liggett in this group of men, but I actually think they handled this well. They wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like I do believe that they had reason. I mean, they knew Ron, but regardless, they clearly had reason to feel like they needed to do their due diligence and make sure that she was like, in fact, like, okay, and not like fucking, dead somewhere. So, but like that right there, they obviously didn't trust him. They knew that he was capable of something. So why go to all of these lengths in 2010 to make sure he didn't kill a woman in his home, but then not even fucking search his house when two little girls are found in his backyard? Make it make sense. God, sorry. I'll keep reading. Ron would not let us search his house for Kay. Deputy Liggett had dispatch call all of the bars in Delphi and Camden to see if she was there. I then stood by Ron while Deputy Liggett walked the perimeter around his residence and located a black cell phone, which was missing the back on County Road 300 North in front of the mailbox of Ron's residence. I asked Ron if he had Kay's number, and he said he did. I attempted to call the cell phone, and I left a voicemail for Kay to call me back. Deputy Liggett asked Ron if he had his phone. He said his cell phone was in his truck. I knew from previous experience that Ronald keeps a gun in that vehicle. That's weird. For officer safety, Deputy Liggett asked Ron if he could retrieve the cell phone out of his truck, and Ron gave him the key to his truck and let him go get it. Ron then attempted to call Kay. He got a hold of her and handed me the cell phone to talk to her. However, the person that I talked to, oops, I lost my place, y'all. However, the fuck did I leave off, y'all? The person that I talked to was a KS and not KP. So a different K. He literally called a different K. I told Ron that was not the right K's phone number that he had called. Ron then stated again that Kay was fine wherever she was at. We asked Ron if we could search his house one more time just to make sure she was not there, and Ron said no. He stated that she wasn't there. Deputy Schimmel advised us over the radio that he had checked all the local bars for her and her residence. She was not at her residence. And that the dispatcher spoke to Kay's daughter. Her daughter stated she had not seen Kay, and then allowed Deputy Schimmel to check Kay's residence and was unable to locate her there. Ew, this person keeps making alts. It's so weird. That's such fucking incel behavior. What is with people? Okay, back to this incel. Kay was not at her residence. Dispatch spoke to Kay's daughter, who stated that she had not seen Kay, and then allowed Deputy Schimmel to check Kay's residence, he was unable to locate her there. Deputy Liggett called the prosecutor in an attempt to gain a search warrant to look for Kay inside of Ronald's residence. Did y'all hear that? They felt they needed to get a search warrant to make sure that Kay was not, like, inside Ron's house. That's scary. Miku says, in my mind, the dude with the alts is Glory Holman. Probably. He's definitely in here somewhere. Actually, maybe he's not. He's probably asleep with a ham sandwich. Deputy Liggett called the prosecutor in an attempt to gain a search warrant to look for Kay inside Ron's residence. Over the period of waiting for the search warrant, Ron then agreed to let us search the house for Kay. He signed the consent to search, and both Deputy Liggett and I signed as witnesses to it. Okay, so they signed. They're about to go inside. Ron walked us through the house and into the main living room. Ron walked with us through the house, and in the main living room was a female who was lying down, covered up, hiding behind a blanket with pillows over her head on the couch. Ronald stated, "Oh, Kay, is that you on the couch?" And then said, "Kay, they know you're here. Just get up so they can check on you." Oh, I'm frozen. Hold on, y'all. I had Kay step outside with me where I noticed that she had watery eyes. I could detect an odor of alcohol beverage on her breath. I asked her if she was okay, and she said yes. I asked her where she'd been, and she said at the Office Tavern. I asked her what happened between her and Ron, and she said they got into an argument. I asked her where her sandals were, and she said they were out in the yard. I asked her where her phone was, and she said she thought it was out in the yard as well. I showed her the phone that Deputy Liggett had found, and she said it was hers. I asked her if she was okay, and she said yes. She said she did not have a vehicle and was stuck at Ron's for the time being. I asked her if she had run out into the road at any point in time that night, and she said yes. She said she asked for a ride home to go to Delphi and was unable to get one. I asked Kay about going home with B, and she said she did not go with her at all. Deputy Liggett and Ron stepped outside, and Ron asked Kay if she was okay. Deputy Liggett went to his vehicle and brought back the portable breath test. Kay was then offered the test, and she blew whatever. She was asked if she was okay again, and she said she was. Nothing further to report at this time. I mean, technically, he didn't do anything wrong. You're allowed to, you don't have to tell police what's going on inside your home, you know? However, why are you hiding a woman inside your home? And why did they get her BAC and not? They offered it to her? Oh, you offered it to her? That was nice of you. And then you left her there. Everything relatively kind I said about how they handled that, I take back now. Because I forgot that they literally just left her there. They're like, we think you're drunk. Here, blow in this. And then we're going to literally leave you here when you just told us that you don't have a ride home. JC, I often hide women in my home. That's different. It's consensual, JC. It's consensual hiding. Have y'all seen the FBI search warrant? I mean, we've seen it already, but like y'all have seen the FBI probable cause for him, right? Why didn't they offer her a ride home? Granny, I don't know. Now, I would assume they did, and she declined just because I can't see a scenario where they'd be like, oh, you don't have a ride home. Okay, blowing this by. I could see her declining, but we don't know if they did or not because they didn't say anything about it in their report. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, it's insane. We really need to seek her out to the point of almost getting a search warrant for her. But, oh, she's drunk, so we're going to leave her. Did Ron have a SIG? Good question, Raphael. Ron had 156 firearms. He built and fixed and sold and bought and sold and bought firearms. He was a felon doing it, but that sucks, Miku. That just made me like sweaty here when I read that. That just made me really mad. I don't like that. Useless. I'm sorry that happened, Miko. Love you. What was I saying? Oh yeah, he had a ton of guns. We've never seen an inventory for them. I don't know. Are 40 caliber firearms common for someone who's an avid gun fanatic? Probably. But I don't know, Raphael, because they never fucking inventoried them or checked or tested them. Actually, I don't know if they tested them. I have no idea. Because there's no mention of anything to have to do with a gun in Ron Logan's PCA. Let's look at it anyway. We got time. If y'all didn't want to, you would just leave, and that would be okay too. So I'm gonna pull it up. Happy 2025. Hashtag free Rick out. God. Y'all. I'm so sorry. That was a long one. Fortunately, I was just rambling. So it's fine. I was literally just rambling. So ramble on. We're going to look at this search warrant. What possible fucking update could she have, Christina Jarvis? I love you. Thank you for letting us know. What update? My interview with Holman bombed and I got roasted Olympic levels. So what? Like what? God. God, these people are fucking incessant. That's interesting. Wasn't someone in T's chat last night saying that the prosecutor was saying, or the prosecutor's office, or D or something, was like, oh, there's something going on in the Rick Allen case. Does anyone remember that? They're like, oh, we had something in a development in the fucking whatever the fuck. Hi, DB. Did anyone remember reading that? Andy something was like, oh, the prosecutor's office, I called them today to ask about a Mitch Westerman update, and they said something about like movement in the Rick Allen case, and so something or other. No, it wasn't TV. It was not. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Well, whatever. 2 minutes on mute. Okay, it could have been worse. Huh? Oh my god. Yeah, that was who, Mavhawk. They refused to FOIA. Join? Yeah. Yeah. What, did HTC submit a FOIA? Or are they just like stealing information from people in here that did submit FOIAs and get denied? Fucking lazy. Hi, Rebecca. What about Rick having an attorney and them not having a hearing for safekeeping order? Yeah. That's my favorite issue other than Ron Logan to scream about. So we will hopefully see something soon, Rebecca, about that. But yeah, that's egregious and inexcusable and disgusting and crazy and so gross and just awful. I can't believe them. No, what's crazy? My eyes are open because I can see them and I can see out of them, but they feel like they're like this, like closed. They just feel heavy. Ron Logan search warrant. You can't see this tab, can you? Mm-mm. How do I get it to? Motherfucker. Yeah, I'll interview Dan Doolin, all right. I don't know if I like that. She scare me. She's scary. Do we want to read this? We've read it, right? How about I just send y'all the link and we can read it. We'll just read it really fast. I'll go fast. This is from March 17th, 2017. To Nicole Robertson, FBI. You are authored and let's start over, Angela. You are authorized and ordered in the name of the state of Indiana with the necessary, I know it's blurry, with the necessary and proper assistance to enter into Ron Logan's entire property located at, described as a white 2-story single-family dwelling, that is so blurry, including his detached garage, outbuildings, and a white Ford, for evidence related to the murders of Libby and Abby, and diligently search for the following items. Any and all evidence pertaining to a murder, including clothing, forensic evidence, blood seen and unseen, hair, bodily fluids seen and unseen, fibers, weapons, including guns and cutting instruments, electronic devices used to produce the cellular signals detected by law enforcement in the area of the crime scene, animal hair samples. That's interesting. I don't know why I highlighted it. Probably because it's like, to me, it's like, oh, they had the signals, but not the devices themselves. DB, what do you think that means? Explain. Unless you're gone again, in which case, ain't that sad. Computers and computer equipment, digital storage devices, tapes, cassettes, cartridges, streaming tape, commercial software and hardware, computer disks, flash drives, disk drives, monitors, computer printers, modems, tape drives, disk application programs, data disk, system disk operating systems, magnetic media, floppy disks, computer software, hardware, and software operating manuals, tape systems and hard drive and other computer-related operation equipment, digital cameras, scanners in addition to computer photographs, graphic interchange formats. I looked that up. Is that really just a GIF? They were looking for gifts. Surely that can't mean what I think it means, right? Graphic, I don't know. And or photographs, undeveloped photographic film, slides, or other visual depictions of such graphic interchange format equipment, and the data stored within these materials, which has been used or may be used to store evidence of the crime, research ways to conceal a crime, or, this is my favorite part, or destroy a crime scene. Clip-on iPods? Oh, okay. Did the killer leave a gift at the scene? I don't know what it means. I Googled it and it just said gift. He might have Mavhawk. I don't know. Research ways to conceal a crime or destroy a crime scene. Did we hear anything in the evidence at trial about a crime scene being destroyed? The crime scene being destroyed. Like, what do y'all think of when you think of destroy a crime scene? I'm genuinely asking. DB, don't answer. You're gonna rain on this parade. What do y'all think of when you think of like, oh, destroying a crime scene? I think of like, I don't know, fucking. I can't even think of something. Pouring bleach on it. Doing weird shit like putting sticks that don't. I don't know, man. Staging, but staging's not destroying it. Like, what's destroying a crime scene? Ruining DNA. Okay, so how? Throwing clothing in the water. That's a really obvious and good example of destroying a crime scene. Right. Throwing clothes in the water. Mm-hmm. I don't know, Sheridan, because I don't know, but we did read a comment from her daughter that he broke into her home and stood over her bed. So I don't know. I wouldn't ask her though. A lot of people thought it was animal. No, just gifts. Bleach everywhere. Hey, Rebecca Lee. Orange cleaner. God, with the orange cleaner. Disturbing the scene, says Mar. Yeah, true. You're welcome, Judgy. Staging is destroying because it's, it clearly cleaned up. Yeah, and like confusing it. I mean, that's not the word they use, but like staging a crime scene. So like, okay, this is just like a weird thing I think of, but you know, in my interview with Connie, there's a part where because Ron was a hunter and he would when I asked her about like killing animals, I wasn't even thinking about it like sadistically. I was just thinking like because people who raise rabbits and chickens butcher and eat them. It's not abnormal. And anyway, when she was talking about that, and then she talked about how they killed and butchered the deer on his property, I asked her, like, so what would he do with like the blood? Like blood, where would he clean the deer? What would he do with blood? And she was like, oh, he would just hang it in the barn and let it sink into the dirt. I don't know why. So one of the things that it was like a rumor early on in the case, and I suspect it was just like nonsense because it probably would have come up, but they talked about the DNA being like contaminated, and then there were like comments like Tobe at one time was like, or Ives was like, DNA but not probably what you think, just like these weird comments that made it seem like, yeah, they have DNA. Destroying a scene is staging. Okay, well, there you go. Never mind. Swiping away at footprints behind you with a branch. Misdirection. When does a killer's work area become a crime scene? So I don't know, like, so let's say there's the girl's blood, right, was not found at the scene. At least not all of it. That's a pretty like uniform, aside from like the investigators, I think most people agree that there was not enough blood at the scene for both girls to have been killed there. And I was like, well, where else on the property could this have happened? Or where else could it have happened? And how do you hide blood unless you're in, like, I guess in the creek? But then I was like, so like if you're a hunter or like you butcher animals regularly, or you're a farmer, or you have horses who like get nosebleeds, could you just like cover the victim's blood with animal blood? Wouldn't that destroy it? You know what I'm saying? I know that's really morbid, but I like had this like weird it was like I don't know, Connie was talking to me about him hanging the deer in the barn. I got this really weird like image of like covering up the blood with animal blood. I don't know why. Maybe I should have not shared that. I could share that with, in my private time. Oh, DB, this is helpful. I'm glad you're here. GIFs are sometimes used to scramble certain hashing algorithms where CSAM matching programs may have a hard time with that format because it's a series of hashes and not a single hash. Okay, so there's like a reason they're looking for GIFs. They're not just like looking. Okay, that makes sense. So they're thinking like there's, evidence of that. That makes sense. Gotcha. I'm so proud of Vinny from Court TV for saying that it looks like corruption in Indiana, live on TV. Maybe this will finally get some more people to open their eyes. Yeah, he's been doing a journalism for sure. It's not like they do the act and then leave it preserved, right? Yeah, true. Putting 3 to 4 sticks to hide evidence, one of the stupidest things they ever said, right? Staging the victims unalive, they have destroyed the crime scene. Yeah, that's a great point. What about all the orange cleaner? Yeah. We know he did have orange cleaner because I have it. I'll show you a picture of it. There's no gag order anymore. But the problem is that like when you like share a piece of information, if people want to clown on it, they'll just like amplify it and make it sound ridiculous. At one point, I think that rumor turned into like, oh, he had 100 bottles of orange cleaner at the scene. Like, no one fucking said that. Like, be so fucking for real right now, But he did, when law enforcement went to his house on the 14th to ask if they could search, he did have it on his back. Fucking, here it is. How do I... The Rams, y'all. The Rams. Misleading comments about DNA. The sticks fell on the girls. The orange cleaner at the meth lab in the woods. I am still alive. I'm listening now. I need to go look for the HTC trashing. Just look at the comments on their interview with Holman. They're very cathartic. Was the lumber in his garage like the tree limbs on the girls? Jenny, when they said lumber, I immediately thought of like big branches. I don't know. You throw a mixture of hair and DNA. Yep, that's true. That's what I was thinking. More of like you just like mix it all up or something if you can't get rid of it. One of the rafters in the leeway of the barn. It could be tested for if law enforcement's competent. Yeah, that's the problem. That's your theory too, Miku? Really? Gosh. Look at us. Didn't someone say that they were found in a shed? There's been so many, Josh Lank said they were found in a cabin, didn't he? Weird. But it wasn't deer season. It was unseasonably warm, though. Photos are not violating a gag order. No, I know, but these are, it's mine, so I can do it. The cover-up started the day the girls were found. The silence of the Rams, that's funny. Oh my gosh. That really does encapsulate what the last month's been like for me. Just like rainbow wheel constantly. Guess I don't need to share that anymore. I have more pictures, but I think that you can see like there's people in them, so I'm just going to show you this one. And again, it's one bottle of orange cleaner. Don't make it a thing. Fucking Tober's like, there's so many, you had all these bottles of orange cleaner scattered through the woods. Like, fuck you, idiot. Way to make everything sound fucking stupid and lame. God, that guy sucks. Fucking Pee Wee Herman. Yeah, I really want to see this, whatever they showed the jury when Brad, like at Brad Weber's in his garage or whatever. Like that day in court, just from how it's been described, like just was like significant, but odd and like abstract. I don't know. I know what this is. It looks like a sock or something. It could just be a rag or a piece of trash. I don't know why he's got a shovel out in February. Just Just a weird place to leave a shovel. I don't know. Just weird to me. It doesn't seem like the guy to just like leave a plastic shovel by his door when it's not snowing, but whatever. There's his cleaner. And there were some more on the front porch, but I don't think I'm going to show you that one. 1,000 bottles of orange lube. It was a chair with barbed wire. Really? I don't know if I heard about barbed wire. That's fucking weird. Why barbed wire? In Brad Weber's garage? That actually really just does sound like Brad Weber. So, who knows? That guy's insisting on deers. Oh, Critter Mama said his shift. Oh, I missed like. Yeah, in the shed, hunting a way to cover it up with other animals' blood. Great minds, Miku. Hit the like, not your wife. Great advice, Tayo Toys. Love your vibe. Yeah, I think so too, Judge Jessica. I'm not sure. I was putting the reports from that day with searchers. The farm near site found his house. Police went to ask permission to search property, but didn't because the end of his shift. Who was it? Was it John Cola who was supposed to do something and his shift was ending? Wasn't he also supposed to get like trail cam video and he like didn't? Poop shovel. True. Christina, good thinking. He did have mad farm animals, so. Oh, right. Barbed wire chair, a giant spool, and sticks. There was animal hair on the girls and sticks like deer horns on Abby, and didn't Ron's barn burn down shortly after the murders? I don't think his barn burned down. Sheridan Tibbetts, welcome. Hi, nice to see you. I don't think his barn burned down shortly after. I believe there was like a really dilapidated like outbuilding or shed on his property at one time, and then like maybe it like was taken down, but I don't know that. I don't think that it was like super close to like when the murders happened, but maybe. I don't know, because he had a lot of land and he didn't let people on it, so who knows. Is that a snow shovel? Yeah, or a poop shovel, DB. Who knows? It's a very clean shovel. It sure is. Maybe it did. I don't know. I'm not going to debunk anything because I don't know shit about fuck. I would love to. I want to see an evidence, y'all. We should have evidence that we know of now. And I know less than I did a year ago. I really feel that way. I agree with this in part, Mar. He's definitely extraterrestrial, like lizard-like. Weber works further away than 25 minutes. It's a snow shovel. Someone on the other side. Oh yeah, I love that. That's actually a good interview. I should have played that. I'll play it next time. 4 hours is a lot of Ron Logan. And I actually was kind of wanting to be a little bit more objective. And I knew I was going to shit the bed. I was like, there's no way you're going to maintain objectivity when you're talking about this. It's probably a little too snarky for people who are like new to Ron Logan. So whatever, we'll try again next time. But I do want to play that interview next time of him. Kay, do you know who recorded that? Because I tried to hunt down. I found like the original audio was like out. I tried to hunt down whoever recorded it, and I messaged a couple channels and asked them if I could make a video with it, like if they'd be pissed, and they were like, I don't care, it's not my audio. I was like, whose fucking audio is that? Like, do you know who that interview is? Because I don't know. I can't find them. And they've never messaged me, and they never like bitched about me using their audio. So like, I guess they don't want it to be known, and that's also fine. How many snow shovels have you operated in your life? You seem like you're not... DB, I'm from the Hudson Valley, New York. What do you mean I don't look like I'm operated for a snow shovel? Are you just trying to get a rise out of me? That's a ridiculous thing to say. I don't even know what that means. It's offensive. You should see me with a snow shovel. You don't even know what you're talking about. You wouldn't use that kind of shovel for poop. I'm friends with the shovel expert. It snowed 5 days before the murders. 5 days? I don't know. DB gave me shit for not breaking a box down after 24 hours. 5 days to leave a shovel out. I mean, come on, Ron. Come on, Ron. Have some self-respect. Diener had a head injury a couple months prior. Huh? Is that... Wait. Teresa. I'm going to need more information, Teresa. Is that a fact? Did Ben have a head injury? To pull? What pull, DB? You put a pull up? Cool. What is it? See me with a snow shovel is wild. Who said that? I don't know who said that. Get on the Ange. That's the moving body shovel. You shouldn't get a rise out of Ange about shovels. The barn that I recall being taken down was in Mears property. Oh, well, I have a lot of questions about the Mearses. And I really wish I didn't. I wish I didn't. Aren't we tired of this place? Wouldn't we like to move out of this place and move on to something else? Wouldn't that be nice if we could feel confident and at peace doing that? But it's not gonna happen, y'all. We're stuck here. It's Krebin. We're stuck in Krebin together. You can probably take this picture down now. The walker, her car was exactly where the girl's phone was when it stopped moving, which was said it could be in a car. It was the two ladies that came downtrodden Fort Wayne and covertly recorded. Yeah, he made a lot of incriminating statements. I know, I made a really good video. I feel like I don't remember what channel had it up though. Whatever. It's ours now. You know what's wild? People who give me such a hard time for my hyper fixation on Ronnie Eugene Logan. Every single month, my videos, not the lives, but like the videos, every single month, without fail, the Ron Logan videos have like thousands more views than the other videos. So like, maybe they're clowning on him, but they're going and, you know. People have a problem with the guy. He's creepy. I feel like people can't like reconcile things with him, and that's really how I feel. Came down from Fort Wayne. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Criminal Network. I think that Stacey Diener is his. This is wild. I think Stacey Diener is Benjamin Diener's step mom by marriage, right? Half mom by marriage. We're still working on the shovel. What is his current employment? Judge Jessica, I don't know. I just know he's no longer Judge JBD. He's just like JBD. No, he's just BD. Ooh. That's a little too close to our other friends. So, were Ronnie and Shank lovers? Ronnie was shagging a lot of people. I don't know that he and Kathy Shank were lovers. I don't know, dude. That woman gives me the creeps. Nothing adds up. Second award, Dark Heart with a bronze star for Valor. I don't know what that means. I only get Indiana local news on my YouTube feed. Yeah, we need to get out of Indiana, y'all. Stepmommy. That's awkward. Isn't she his age? I mean, that's fine. I'm not doing an ageism, but not his wife, Criminal Network. Oops. No, he got divorced. No judgment. It happens. But he turned really mean when it happened, though. It's fucking insane that we don't know how they're related. Typical ex, doing a misinformation. I am tall and a hot guy. DB is too skinny to be BG. Well, he's got those skinny little ankles. I worry about him, you know? Like, it's just like, you're just gonna snap one of these days. Kathy, reach around Shank. Snow. Yeah, it's probably most likely a snow thing. Twitter thinks that I live in Indiana. Lollipop Guild. Are her arms even long? Cleveland, every time I see your username, I think of Timothy Chalamet now. And I'm not even like a Timothy Chalamet person. Like, he's fine. I don't dislike him. He's lovely. But is that it for the night, y'all? Have I done enough? Kathy Schenk owned and oh, one last thing. Kat, I don't know if you're still in here, but if you are, cool. If not, that's all right. I'll catch you on the flip side. Where's that fucking little weirdo? Y'all, look how... Never mind, I'm not gonna show... Nope. Never mind. Good Lord, Angela. Can use your brain. Trying to find the screenshot. My iPad would give probably all of you a lot of anxiety because it gives me a lot of anxiety. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Anyway, Kathy Schenk and her weird daughter, they're just bizarre. We'll have to unpack that another time. I wonder if you could use a snow shovel to like get rid of destroy a crime scene. I don't know. You guys should hear the noises that I've been making while I'm on mute over here. I'm like, I actually, the other night before last night, and last night, I actually was like, I wonder if I could die from congestion. I know that that's silly. Of course you can. But I was like, is this ever going to stop being disgusting? You know what I mean? I'm disgusting right now. So anyway, I've been muting myself intermittently so you don't have to like suffer with me. How did you get the interview with his ex? I befriended her. We're friends. She's lovely. That interview was like a bunch of conversations that we were recording when we would talk about it, and then she was open to me like sharing it. I can't retire the poll. I don't have access to Angie's account. Come again? What do you mean you don't have access to my account? I don't even know how to do a poll, so clearly you don't have access to my account? I hope that's not true, because I don't even know if I have like full access to my account. Oh God. I think we heard buy some nasal spray. I'm afraid I'll get addicted to it. I'm a minimalist with medication. You should see me on one Benadryl. You know, the pendulum swings. So I got it all out of my system, and now I don't really like taking stuff, but I will take the fuck out of some Mucinex when I feel like this. Yeah, for sure. That's been my cocktail right now because I'm dying. Nose spray is very addictive. I know, I feel like the entire 2000s, like all the men in my life were constantly using Afrin, right? Wasn't that a thing? I don't know. I guess they're off it because I haven't seen it in a while, but Afrin can be. There you go. And just sober. Nasal spray is off limits. I do use a what are those called? Like saline, where you I mean, it's disgusting, but it feels nice when you irrigate your nose when you have like sinus stuff. Mm-hmm. Neti pot, that's it. That's what it is, Jessica. And it doesn't always like work, but it feels good when you're doing it. You know what I mean? Sometimes you know shit's not gonna work, and you're like, it's gonna feel good while I'm doing it though. Like it's gonna hurt me in the later, but it's gonna feel really fucking good right now. So there you go. Who did you say the officer was that didn't search the farm that night? The farm. You might be talking to someone in chat. Zycam has helped me for the past week. Zycam's great. Zycam is really good for like interrupting or shortening a cold that's coming on. Neti pots are great as long as you get the saline mix right. Saline mix? What do you mean? I just use the thing that just comes with the thing. What do you mean mix? Extended use of nasal spray will also raise your blood pressure. I don't need that. Actually, I could use it right now. Hi, Shell. Tayo Toys is hooked on Visine. It's kind of weird doing lives like 5 minutes. I will give you one spray every 12 days. That feels reasonable. One like per nostril. Like, do I get one in each? Or I have to... That would be kind of sadistic. I prefer Vicks inhaler. I take it and inhale until I can no longer stand it. I am not gonna lie to you. I fuck with Vicks Vapor Rub. It's very slimy, but it's amazing. Alka-Seltzer Cold Plus. So I'm like really bad at ingesting, things that are like icky tasting. And so I struggle with Alka-Seltzer. I don't know why, because I like fizzy stuff. It's hard for me to get it down. You just got to do it, but it's bad. Don't tell me that. I don't think I use, I know I use saline, but like I just use but it comes with the thing. Like it comes with it. What am I supposed to be mixing? Mixing with what? It's like a one-step process, I think. Woman says, never put tap water in your sinuses. Now I'm like, I don't think I am, but I don't know now. Put Vapor Rub. Do you put Vapor Rub on your feet and then put socks on? No. Should I? I'll do it right now. I will tear it up live right now. What was that? But what would that do postpartum? Just feel great? Like, what's the benefit of it? Oh, salt and water. Oh, yeah. Saline. That makes sense. I have for a cough. There is a strong correlation between neti pots and being a crank. That makes sense. Use Vicks on her nose. Yeah, like underneath, yeah. If you put it on your feet and wear socks, it'll help with coughing at night. What? Really? For coughing? I'll do it. I'll do anything. Can you all imagine me on Ozempic? I don't know what would happen. Don't show your feet. They'll be in the database. The database. Database. Is it data? You know, some people you can sell anything. That's all I'll say. You sure can. That would open up a whole different audience for you. I know, and we've been talking about expanding my audience a little bit. Have to work. We'll work up to that. Onions. What? Snappy Dragon seems like a witch doctor. I know. I like it. No, I will not. Wait, what do onions do? Same thing? Onions in your socks? Why is everyone saying onions in your socks in like unison? What does that do? Hi, oops, no. Hi, Tiff Knox distilled water. On the bridge of your nose. That's not where I wouldn't guess that you'd put it there. I use breathing. Y'all, this is the most middle age, like millennial middle age. Are we okay? Y'all, are we all right? Don't joke about Ozempic. Okay. It might happen again. It's sorry. Vicks has been around a long time. You know, Vicks was created, Vicks. I'm pretty sure it's like EST, established in Greensboro, North Carolina, if I had to guess. I feel like that's a thing. Christina, thank you. I don't know where you came from, but I'm glad that you did, because that shovel, it shouldn't be there. It's an unseasonably warm day, y'all. We've established that. Why is there a shovel out with his orange cleaner? What was he doing? What was it doing there? What was it doing there? Oh, it draws out the toxins. That makes sense. I'm a very old Appalachian woman taught by a long line of women. You literally sound like a warm hug in a neti pot. That sounds awesome. I love you, Snappy Dragon. Onions and socks, no tap water and sinuses. Where do you live? Supposedly, we are all witch doctors. My friend did Ozempic and got so hot. I feel like I think I know two. Actually, I'm not gonna do a HIPAA. You sniffled and we all became the grandma. No, we're not okay. Tiger Balm on face and an Advil. Don't start saving the good boxes. Yeah, I think most people have just been kind of very pro Ozempic here. Ange is the most millennial middle-aged YouTuber ever. How do you get the big blue light under your butt? It's my butt light. It's my big blue butt light. It's exactly that. It actually is, but I can't show you, but it's literally coming from my butt. Ange is from the Middle Ages. I don't like petroleum products. Is it a sensory thing, Laura? I get that, because they are very, they're very greasy. Breaks up, Mullein tea doesn't taste bad and it breaks up all congestion. I'll do it, dude. I'll sell my soul right now. I've never been this congested in my life. Yeah, it's bad. Appalachian makes sense. She's like a crusader. As a Minnesotan, I keep a shovel in my Jeep year-round, not suspicious of the shovel. That makes sense. D lurking to complain about that weather-related phrase. Weather-related phrase. Weather-related phrase. Let me find it. Which weather-related phrase? Remind me what it was. Hi. Thank you for de-lurking. You're always welcome to lurk or not. I keep losing my place. I should go to bed, but I'm kind of in a loop. Like I'm comfy, just scrolling. So I'm just gonna sit here. Right, but she doesn't need Ozempic at all. Oh, is that okay? No, you're right, Miranda. Definitely don't. That's what I was saying. That probably would not be good. Dr. John Vick of Greensboro, North Carolina. Dr. John Vick saw an ad for Vicks seeds. Lunsford Richard began marketing Vicks family remedies. I knew it. I had a feeling that it's in my blood. She is a firefly. Yes. Yeah, it's blue right now. I don't know what it changed. It's like a mood light. It's a mood light in my butt. So it changes depending on a couple different factors. I got one of these motion sensor lights for my toilet. Those actually look pretty fun. Steve Mullins tea. DB actually shames me all the time, Miranda Lee, so I appreciate you sticking up for me. Somebody's got to tell him, put him in his place. Unseasonably warm. I didn't see your joke. The tails, they're easy to miss. Just kidding. DB, I don't know why I'm being mean to you. I have no reason to. I make my own soap and lip balm. That's fun. What are your favorite, I guess it would be scents for soap and flavors for lip balm. What are your favorite ones? Laura, is it goat milk soap? No, y'all, nobody's y'all are fine. No, we're so far past Ozempic. I think I'm the one that said the Ozempic thing, so we're good. We're good, y'all. Nobody needs it. I mean, unless you need it for medical condition, then in which case, do it. We support that. I make almost everything. I have a making issue. I love that. I wish I knew how to make things. I'm a fan of enemas. Well, no, you know what, Angela? Not everything that, Hey, says Colt, Happy New Year. Does any Ron Logan items help Rick? They seem darn near charging him. I think that I don't know, if I'm a jury member and if I were able to hear the case against Ron Logan, the case against Elvis Fields, or the case against Brad Holder, all three of them would be more convincing to me than Rick Allen. And I'm very biased, but I also really do believe that. I think all of this helps. The problem is that Fran Gull eliminated all of it out. So I guess that would be, that could be like a reversible error, right? Structural error to limit third-party defense altogether, because it's just crazy. You and Fiend always talk about your enemas. Indiana needs a large enema. A clean colon is a happy colon. I'm making a sweater. I wish that I knew how to. Ange is very dedicated. Hey, Court of Public Opinion, you came in at an interesting time, but I'm happy to see you. Knitting or crocheting? I don't think you need it. You should consult with your doctor. That's good advice, Mavhawk. Can you quickly reiterate what seems to be the near future for Rick? Did anyone go watch that? Any updates from HTC? I don't think there is one. I think it's just like a FOIA update that she stole from someone who actually did a FOIA. But, Jared, I don't think there's any updates. We're going to, I think, next probably hear from who his appellate attorneys are. Amy, I can't remember. We're just waiting to see what happens with his appellate attorneys. And then they'll probably file a thing. Like maybe a motion to correct error, or do you guys ever you're not supposed to rub your eyeballs, and I know this, Like you're not supposed to. It's not good for you. But you know when you do it and you're like, that felt really nice. You ever think of like I wish I had like a weighted blanket for my head right now? Like a helmet? Ron Logan was not BG. Well, I'm gonna delete this live. Thank you, Miranda. You saved me. I wish you told me that 4 hours and 20 minutes ago, though. You would have saved me a lot of time. 19 days for a deadline. I think they said January 20th. Yeah, Judgy, that sounds right. Thank you for the info and conversation. I always learn so much. Kindness matters. 1, your name is just lovely, and I'm happy to see you. And 2, thank you for hanging out with us. I did a lot of rambling tonight. But I'm glad that y'all are here. Gull broke the trial before it even started. Yeah. That's a good thought, court of public opinion. It'd be nice to like feel like he was like in a at least stable, safe, you know, settled somewhere, even if it's like hellish, at least like knowing he's safe and settled somewhere where we could like then, I don't know. Doesn't matter. This is just a nightmare. I have nothing even to add. It's just a nightmare all around. Paul Masson is the shiznits. Favorite lip balm is made with menthol crystals and beeswax and shea butter. It burns like hell, but it cures chapped lips instantly. It sounds nice. Since pandemic, I've noticed the over-the-counter medication doesn't seem as effective. Wouldn't surprise me. Don't touch eyeballs. I knew you were going to say that, woman. I was like, as soon as I start rubbing them, it's going to feel so good, and you're going to be like, no. So I'm not even going to start. Try cold pack on your eyes. Yeah. You can't touch your eyeballs through your eyelids. Warm compress is good for sinus pressure. Yeah, it's hard. Criminal Network. I love goat milk soap. Ants seem to appear from nowhere once it gets wet. Ants? Interesting. You need to find out who hacked Nick's email, Criminal Network. I loved this live. You helped me get through the laundry. Jen P, good to see you. I'm glad. Good night, Fiend. I think I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to take my face off. Oh, yeah. I might rub my eyeballs, but it'll be in the process of taking my face off. So it's not as bad. Camphor crystals or smelling salts. That sounds intense. On everything. Massage your sinuses. I don't think that it hurts though. Like even just like Mandy. Oh my gosh. You came in just as I was about to massage my sinuses and do an Irish goodbye. But I'm happy to see you. Hi. How's it going? Happy New Year. I'm 4 hours late. I know. I am about to leave. But I love you. I'm happy you're here. And I will catch you all. Warm compress over your eyes and nose. I'm going to do it. Stay hydrated. I drank so much water today. By the way, I've been really trying. I'm going to put on a hazmat suit to wash my hands before bed and put onions in my socks. You don't trust law enforcement 100% just because my dad was in law enforcement. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Who lives on Ron Logan's property now? I know his son, Ryan, owns it. Last I saw it or heard, it was quite like, it doesn't appear like it's being maintained like it used to when it was being lived in. So it's probably just not, I don't think anyone's like living in it full time. I could be wrong. That's like probably a month's old update, but I know his son does own it. Yeah, you're right, Judgy. I'm doing that thing that DB hates where like, you're like, okay, I'm going to go now. All right, well, I'll talk to you soon. It was really good to talk to you. Yeah, don't be a stranger. And hey, next time like you're around, give me a call. I really enjoyed catching up with you. We shouldn't wait too long to do. It's like they just extend the getting off the phone. It's like a nightmare. It's like hell. So that's what I'm doing now, just for fun. Don't touch your eyes. My popular YouTube streamer friend got eyeball shingles. What? You Mandy like body. Yes. Yes. Stacy is married to a man the same age as her. I don't think it's Ben's dad. Okay, so are they even related? They have to be, right? They have to be, or they're not, and they literally did this just to fuck with us. You're just like, you know what would be funny, guys? If we just find a diener. I know, I'm doing the thing. Okay, I love you. I'm leaving.